Buongiorno.
Good morning to everybody and welcome to this conference. It is the second conference on Amoris Laetitia discernment, Christian's the style of life. Our works will be opened by two institutional greetings. The first by Professor Gabriella Gambino, Vice Secretary of the Dicastery for Laity, Family and Life, and the second by Professor Bourdain, who's the Dean of our Institute, John Paul II. So I give the floor to Professor Gambino. Thank you, Professor. Good morning to everybody. I am really pleased to greet, also on behalf of the Prefect of the Dicastery for the Laity, the Family and Life, Cardinal Kevin Farrell, all those present and those who follow us online. I greet in particular the Dean, Professor Filippo Den, our fellow professors and students, and I thank the Diocese of Rome for its support in organizing these seminars, which, in communion with our dicastery, the John Paul II Institute, has conceived and promoted in order to respond specifically to the invitation of the Holy Father Francis to work together in this special year for the family Amoris Laetitia, with the intention of bringing to completion the third phase of the extraordinary synods on the family, the implementation stage, the time in which the reflections gathered in the apostolic exhortation can be gradually welcomed by the particular churches, thus permeating the pastoral path. I therefore take this opportunity to share with you some brief reflections on the central theme of today's seminar, discernment as a Christian way of life. Discernment is one of the central issues in the magisterium of Pope Francis. Ever since Evangelii Gaudium, we have been called upon very explicitly to walk together, lay people, pastors, by virtue of our common baptism, in a church that is not only a place of mercy, but also a place of continuous discernment of the paths of the Spirit. The Holy Father's call for evangelical pastoral discernment leads us to carry out demanding reflections, in many ways laborious, which must take into account the complexity of today's pastoral reality, and especially in relation to the family. It requires pastoral intelligence from us, apostolic generosity, prudence, and the desire to participate in processes to make possible what Pope Francis always called for in Gaudete et Exsultate, and I'm quoting, discernment is necessary not only at extraordinary times when we need to resolve grave problems and make crucial decisions. It is a means of spiritual combat for helping us to follow the Lord more faithfully. We need it at all times to help us recognize God's timetable, lest we fail to heed the promptings of His grace and disregard His invitation to grow. So the goal Evangelii Gaudium 24 urges us is precisely to accompany humanity in its processes, to accompany people in that inner revolution that only God can accomplish. Discernment, therefore, is crucial for every good Christian, but even more so for young people who will hold the church of the future in their hands, and for families in whose hands the Lord places the welcome and care of every new life, and especially vocations. Now, more than ever, since the Holy Father has already called us to a new synodal path, which is intended to be the culmination of a process of listening and discernment within the Church, in order to be all participants in the mission in a spirit of authentic communion, a journey in the Spirit. In the highly secularized world, which today insistently enters our hearts and homes, discernment wants to be the profound gaze of the Christian who feeds on the light and strength of the Holy Spirit, who never renounces the possible good, who strives to make himself and a reality permeable to grace, and as Saint Ignatius said, always in a feeling with the Church, never alone, never being self-centered as a horizon of meaning, because our heart, in order to be saved, needs to be docile and know that we have God as our Father and the Church as our Mother, so that we do not feel like orphans, but like beloved children. Discernment we wish to reflect on today, therefore, is not only a decision-making process, but a Christian way of life, a personal existential process before being ecclesial. In particular, it should be understood as a desire and a constant search for the signs of God's presence in our life in order to guide individual, conjugal, and family life in a sapiential manner, in accordance with each person's call to holiness. Young people about to form a family need this, but so do newly married couples, for whom abandoning the illusions of a life in love must mean embarking on more radical paths of love and self-giving. And married couples, after decades of life together, even when they are in crisis, but especially when they are not, to continue to discover the grace in their sacrament, without being content to survive or wait until their strength runs out, and the Church is always forced to work like a field hospital. We must now consider it a pastoral urgency to make the instruments of discernment known to families. We could prevent so much suffering, so many relational fractures, so many abandonments that permanently wound children, so many betrayals that deprive us of hope. Amoris Laetitia has not only indicated for the mission of the Church the most fragile part of relationships, feelings, promises, in short, the area of crisis, but every dimension and every time of family life: conjugal love, openness to life and the birth of children, education and accompaniment of children, and young people in the discovery of their vocation. So this is the area of discernment, where we have understood that time is greater than everything, and it requires patience, interior silences in which we learn to listen, discern the voice of God, others, reality itself that always challenges us in new ways, because it is always possible that God is offering us something more. The meaning of the word discernment is very demanding. It refers to the act of choosing by separating. It is based on the conviction that God, as Pope Francis says, God is at work in the history of the world, in the events of life, in the people I meet. Therefore, discernment is rooted in a continuous act of faith. It asks us to learn to think about reality not according to man, but according to God. To discern and recognize what really comes from God, Evangelii Gaudium says, what unites us to God, as opposed to what instead closes us in ourselves, in our fears, our fragility. It is a dynamism that does not allow us to remain alone. It's a path, not a goal to be reached, to direct our individual and social choices to good and beautiful, Evangelii Gaudium says. In the difficult situations of today's families, discernment can make us realize the extent of a new life in Christ, which transforms our plans, changes our decisions, and makes us capable of choices we never imagined before, in order to return to Him each time. The Church calls families to be the subject of the new evangelization, because more than anyone else, they are witnesses to a reality that they alone can know in depth. But they need to learn to read this reality according to God. to learn to see him, perceive him, listen to him. Let us help young men, young people, married couples and families to read the signs of God in their lives. Let us train ourselves to know how to guide them when crisis is strong, but also when things seem to be going well. That is the perfect time to train discernment in the family in everyday life. And as Gaudete et Exsultate says, he who asks for everything also gives everything and does not want to enter into us, to mutilate or weaken, but only to give fullness. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you so much, Professor Gabino. She has introduced the theme of our day. And the second welcoming address is offered by our Dean, Professor Philippe Bourdain. Thank you so much to Professor Gambino, who is Under Secretary of the Dicastery for Laity, Family and Life. She's also professor of this institute, so the link with the dicastery is very important. She has greeted us on behalf of Cardinal Farrell, but I would also like to thank the secretary, Father Ramello, for your presence. Thank you, Alessandro. Dear colleagues, dear students, dear friends of the Institute John Paul II in the world, and I would like to greet the rector of the Diocese of Kinshasa in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Welcome. And welcome to you all of you who are connected online. With this second meeting, this is the second step and the second meeting organized by the Institute John Paul II in collaboration with the Dicastery for Laity, Family and Life, and the Diocese of Rome in the year Amoris Laetitia, and with a view to the International Meeting of Families in June 2022. I remind you that this study day takes place within the annual program of our Institute Gaudium and Spes, and the research activity is promoted thanks to the generosity of the Intesa San Paolo Bank, and I would like to thank the San Paolo Bank. And I would like to thank Professor Angelo Sequeri, Director of the Chair, and Professor Loquenzi, who has prepared this conference. I also would like to welcome you on behalf of our Grand Chancellor. I spoke to him on the phone this morning, and the greeting is for all of you, students, professors, and all those who have been invited, and so especially all the professors who will deliver speeches today. I would like to welcome also to welcome our speakers, our professors, our students, and all those who, in presence or online, are following this event all over the world. Your participation honors us and confirms how important it is to carry out the research and educational function that we have started with a special encouragement on the part of the Holy Father. Yesterday, I had an online meeting with the Vice Grand Chancellor of Brazil, Cardinal da Rocha, and Vice President Father Rafael Fornasier, because we wanted to share thoughts on the future of the Institute in Brazil. So this international dimension is not only does not only exist in the national diversity of students here in Rome, we also have many extra-urban sections all over the world. So let's now come to the title, Discernment, a Christian style of life, a Christian lifestyle. Last Monday, I had lunch with Professor Gambino, my place, which is opposite the convent of Santi Quattro Coronati, very close to this institute. She told me that Mother Fulvia Sieni, Mother Superior of the community, of the Augustine community, is very famous on social networks. I often see her when we pray together, but I didn't know about that. So I watched her video on the issue silence and noise was the subject matter of the video. And for me, it was an excellent introduction to the theme of discernment, which is at the heart of our study day. So I recommend this video, to watch this video, to extend our thoughts on these issues. So watch it over the weekend. What does Mother Fulvia say? Her convent welcomes many people who are looking for silence in a very noisy and busy city, but they do not know that they cannot escape the noise of the world because life is noisy and God is present in this noisy reality. So these people do not know that more than silence, they are looking for balance. They are striving to strike a balance between noise and silence, between being silent and speaking. Noises or noise deserve discernment, but also silence deserves discernment. Why? Because there are types of silence that entail the violence of ignorance about the others. So the reflection of Mother Fulvia reminds us that the issue of the subject matter of our conference affects a vital issue. Discernment is not only a question, a theoretical question. It is a vital question for us, for the Church, for the world. So the temptation to simplify things, to find clear-cut solutions, is a temptation for theologians. But first and foremost, it is a temptation for our human life and our spiritual life. So I would like to express my personal desire that this day of study may contribute to save us from the illusion of being able to find oversimplistic solutions to complexity. So complexity not only of pastoral care, but also of our human life. So we can look at this complexity in hope, because it has been saved by our Lord Jesus Christ. So I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you. I would like to thank our Dean, because he has made reflections and thoughts on the subject matter of this morning. We can start the morning session. And I would like, right at the opening, because I'm asked to moderate this day, but I have also worked on the organizing committee of this conference together with Professor Committee and the dicastery. I would like to touch upon some elements that lie at the heart of our day of study. The first element is a better articulation between theology and pastoral, a better arrangement. So in developing the issues, the subject matters of this day of study, we understand the deep link. There is a reciprocal, a mutual relationship between theological reflection, theological thought, and practice. That is the pastoral action. So it is important as an institute, also in the light of this proposal, to carry on thinking about this virtual relationship, virtuous reciprocity between pastoral and theological reflection. And in Professor Gambino's speech, we heard that we must have a wider look on discernment. So it is not just a decision-making practice, but as a lifestyle, not only with reference to clear situations of family, of fragility of the family, but discernment should be a form of exercise of Christianity, to steal the title to a very famous work of Kierkegaard. So to tackle with a clear mind reality and the task that every person has, that couples, that families have, to honor and acknowledge what gives substance to one's life experience. Discernment as a way, as a process that that is crucial for the important point of family life that accompany the life cycle of a family, and that sometimes become points of discontinuity or moments where that can be decisive to embark on different paths. And discernment as an experience of growth for the couple, for the family, in their Christian lifestyle, and on the other hand, as an impulse to Christian life at community level that is qualified by the quest for what the Lord wants today and here for the community of believers. And the third element is the organization, the arrangement of the work of our conference, which carried out on two levels. So the first level is deeply understanding discernment, which will be the task of the morning session. And the second level, which is closely linked to the first, is to make practical examples that may open up the potentials of discernment beyond those that are explained in Chapter 8 of Amoris Laetitia with reference to fragile families, taking into account the interpretation clues that Pope Francis gives us in Chapter 8, but which can also be used in other important times of family lives. A fourth point that characterize our work today, this conference and the previous one and the conference that will follow this one, so a tradition will be held on April the 5th, based on the spirit of Veritatis Gaudium. So an interdisciplinary exercise, not only internal to the various sectors of theology, but through a reciprocal call and a combination of different types of knowledge in humanities, in human sciences. So some elements that will be discussed in the afternoon session will also be offered by a pedagogist and a psychologist, and in a dialogue with theologians and philosophers, so that because we want to create a synergy between different sciences. And a final element before we start with the morning session is a wish that I would like to express. What we are trying to propose, to suggest, and the developments that will follow based on the idea of discernment closely linked to the former ecclesia, well, this may represent an opportunity and a moment of reflection, which is highly due, to ponder on how to give new life to our communities, how to revitalize our communities in post-pandemic times. So not only going back to our paths, the paths we developed in the past, but a new approach so that we can have better fruits. So this is what I wish. And I open the morning session with a deep interpretation of discernment. So the first step is understanding biblical the discernment in biblical theology. So discernment as a style of the disciple and the community of Jesus, a theological biblical analysis by Professor Luca Pedroli, who is a professor at the Pontifical Biblical Institute, but he also cooperates and with our institute, John Paul II. So he has chosen a very enticing approach, starting from one of his field of research at the Biblical Institute, which is the literature of the writings of John. So we will listen to a fascinating itinerary of discernment in the final book, the book of Revelation. So it not does only wrap up all these the issues. So his speech will concentrate on the book of Revelation. You have 30 minutes, then we will have a discussant and a short discussion between participants, among participants. You have the floor, Professor.
Carissimo saluto a tutti presenti.
So let me once again warmly welcome all those who are following in person and those who are connected remotely. We know that discernment is an essential dynamic in the life of Christians, in the life of the church. And we know that this is something which is very strongly present in all texts of the New Testament. So far as to mention the Gospels. The Gospels privilege a more personal, individual perspective when it comes to discernment. Or think of the letters of St. Paul. This perspective widens and involves the whole Christian community. As already anticipated by Professor Guenzi, I will focus on Johannine literature and in particular on the last text, which is also the text which concludes the Christian canon, in other words, the book of Revelation. Why am I doing this? Well, because it's a new perspective. It is something which has been developed in the last few decades, together with a rediscovery of this text, of the Apocalypse and of the apocalyptic literature. So I will be focusing on discernment. This is something which was highlighted by Prigent in the French academia. In Italian, it was especially Father Ugo Vanni who focused on this, and Bauckham in English-speaking countries. So for some decades now, this theme has been analyzed and discussed because it is something which recurs in many different dimensions, in the spiritual dimension, the theological dimension, but also in the area of pastoral care. So my question is, why is it that the apocalypse and apocalyptic literature is being considered as topical, as meaningful for us today? Why this new interest in the apocalypse? You might well answer, because this life we're living today is in a doomsday scenario, is in an apocalyptic scenario. Well, I might well answer, anyone's life, anyone's times appear to be apocalyptic. So I don't think this is the answer. My opinion is that the new interest in these texts, in these apocalyptic texts, is due to the context where they originated. We'll feel very much in tune with the context where these books originated. There were some certainties at the time which were beginning to crumble down, which were beginning to feel shaky. So we believed perhaps that we had a very certain context, a very certain reality, but it is no longer under our control. It goes beyond our limits. It is larger than we expected or anticipated, and it questions us. It questions our certainties. So the apocalypse originates at a time when man realized that not everything depended on him, that reality was bigger. So it's time to go back to some essential aspects, the relationship with God and with our brothers. There is also another element which makes the apocalyptic so relevant to us today, namely the fact that we realize how this literature, how this way of thinking has had an influence on Christian communities and on the origins of our faith experience. Already in the 1970s, there was a debate between Kresiman and Buchmann, and Kresiman said, "Don't you realize that the apocalypse is the mother of the church?" And Buchmann would answer, "Oh, do not exaggerate. It's not really the mother of the church." And yet, in the following years, this interpretation was revalued. Perhaps it's not quite the mother of the church, but it is certainly has exerted a very strong influence on the early church. I have made a paper available, and the main point here, which I'm repeating here, is that there is a sapiential discernment which is being searched, and this is searched for, and this is at the very heart of these texts, especially the Apocalypse of John. So, sapiential discernment. This is something which increasingly has been highlighted in the last few years. And what do we mean by that? Well, the apocalyptic man, the man of the apocalypse, is called upon to be wise. Ugo Vanni used to say, this is the typical activity of apocalyptic man, sapiential discernment. What exactly do we mean by sapiential discernment? Well, let's say that it can be broken down into three different terms. First, the Sophia, the stock of wisdom in the text of the Apocalypse. This is a recurring leitmotif. We must be wise and we must have wisdom. However, wisdom is not something abstract or theoretical. It isn't just a set of principles. Wisdom is the capacity to read history, the history of our own life with the eyes of God. Certainly, we have revelation here, but even more, all those values, all those principles, which have become firmly established as points of reference if we are to live according to God. The second term is nous, mind. In chapter 17 of the Apocalypse, it is stated, we, men of the apocalypse, apocalyptic men, we would say today, we believers, we must have a mind, a nous, which has wisdom. And what does that mean? Well, it's a second stage. It's the application phase. When you have Sophia, when you have wisdom, when you have this set of principles which help you read your life and your history with the eyes of God, then what follows is the application stage, the implementation stage. I am trying to translate into actual practice these principles in my life, in my everyday life, in my trials, in my problems. I always try to apply this Sophia to my everyday life. So this is not a speculative exercise. It's an existential dynamic. It is something which pertains to our concrete life, the simplicity, let me say, of our everyday life. It's a style. And then we have a third word, us, ear, ear, which brings us back to the act of listening. And in my view, this is the crucial, central word. Now, we are used to hearing this expression in the Gospels, let anyone who has ears listen. And this is something which recurs very often in the Apocalypse. Let anyone who has an ear listen to what the Spirit is saying. Professor Gambino was speaking of the parts of the Spirit, but these parts of the Spirit originate from the capacity to listen. This dynamic, this sapiential dynamic, this sapiential discernment with Sophia, wisdom, with nous, intelligence, all originates from us, listening, the ear. You see, there is a semantic continuity between us and nous. Nous is fueled and nourished by us, by the listening. So for a believer, first and foremost, what is important is listening to God, listening to the Word, listening to the Spirit. This gives you the wisdom which you can then apply to your life. But remember that when we say us, we also mean listening to others, listening to your brothers, listening to those who disagree with you. So a sapiential human being is able to benefit from anyone, to draw wisdom and knowledge from any other human being. So there must be mutual listening. Otherwise, the whole process would not even start. So we have completed this sapiential dynamic, starting from the us, which feeds the nous, and which gives us this stock of wisdom, which Sophia, which I apply every day to my life. Now, who is the subject of discernment? Who is the agent of discernment? Well, we're all called upon to grow every day, to mature in this sapiential style of discernment, listening, understanding, processing, implementation. Sometimes we are more successful, sometimes we are less successful? It's a journey. It's a path. It is something that we need to do day after day. But remember that this is a path that we follow within a body, within a community, within the church. Discernment is an ecclesial dynamic. And just think, the apocalypse gives us a very great gift because the whole content of the apocalypse is being given in the context of a great celebration. In other words, we learn to apply this dynamic during a celebration which occurs together with the brothers, with our brothers and sisters, and with the Lord. It's a celebration. And remember, if our celebration, in particular the Eucharist celebration on Sunday, if this celebration must necessarily root us in this ecclesial discernment dynamic. What am I saying? Well, it is not a coincidence that the apocalypse should be set on the day of the Lord, Sunday. It's a celebration which occurs on a Sunday. And so when we celebrate, when we come together, when we are together, we recognize ourselves as being a body, an assembly, a community. And then what happens? We place ourselves in the presence of the Lord. And then we start listening. And you know that initially there are messages at the beginning of the apocalypse, the messages, the letters to the 7 churches. So there are messages being sent out, and this is what we do. We start from listening. We start from us. The celebration is a very important training ground for sapiential discernment because what happens? We listen. After we listen, we try to understand, to internalize what we have just heard. And then what happens? Well, the Spirit can transform this into something which nourishes your life. It becomes flesh, which is present in the Eucharist. It gives you strength, it gives you support, not just light. And then at the end of the celebration, you can leave. You can go out in the world, once again reestablish contact with the world so that you can share with the world these principles, this stock of wisdom that you have acquired during the celebration so that it is a richness for yourself and for your others, and it becomes something which is shared. The Eucharist becomes a liturgy for life, and life becomes a liturgy. However, a problem occurs. And what is this problem? The person who has to discern, once they come into contact with the world, once they go back to their daily life, this is the experience of all of our families, inevitably experiences a crisis. Pierre Préjean said, apocalyptic man is constantly in a crisis. What does that mean? Well, you realize that this operation, this discernment cannot really be brought to completion in a perfect way. There's always something which escapes you. There is always something which you're not able to understand or which you misunderstand. So what happens next? Do we get demotivated? Do we demoralize? Well, the message of the apocalypse is the following. It's a good thing that you should experience such a crisis because a crisis is the providential moral. Vanni speaks of the courage of crisis. In other words, the courage not to hide, not to run away before this feeling of inadequacy. You may think that you are unable to perfectly engage in discernment. Well, don't run away. Be courageous. Have the courage to face up to this crisis because this means growing up. You can grow and evolve day after day precisely because there is this crisis. You can, in other words, understand that you're not sufficient to yourself. This is also true in the case of families. A family undergoing a crisis understands that it is not sufficient to itself, that it needs to open up to the external world, to other families, to other people, and that your experience therefore expands and dilates. The experience of crisis opens up a new discernment, an authentic discernment, I can also say. In other words, a discernment which can help you dismantle break down the scenario which you were used to in order to prepare for something new, because this is what we need to do constantly. We mustn't be satisfied with what we have, with what we have understood, with the scenario that we have created. No, you should never be satisfied. It is something which needs to be disassembled, dismantled, and once again reconstructed. So this is the authentic discernment which is made possible and which helps you grow. Of course, there are trials. This is at the very heart of the apocalypse. You experience trials and tribulations, but otherwise you would never reach the New Jerusalem. You discover yourself to be new in a much broader network, in a much larger horizon than the one you had when you set off on this journey. Let me come to my conclusion. Discernment. Well, in this perspective, discernment is something which is provocative and which is so relevant to our current experience, to our current times. Just think of the situation of our families today. Well, in this sense, we can well understand that we are being called upon to be prophetic. In this operation, in this sapiential discernment, we also have a prophetic dimension. So we must be constantly in a listening mode, listening to God, listening to the Spirit, listening to our brothers and sisters, listening to people who may have different opinions from ours. And thanks to our listening, we can express how history is evolving. History is not flat, or worse still, it is not circular. It makes us grow. It makes us discover potential which is embedded in our history, in our life experience, which sometimes can be interpreted in a pessimistic light. Some people say, oh, things are always getting worse and worse. It's a constant tragedy. No, far from it. In a crisis, in a trial, there is the possibility of grasping a new potential which you would not have seen, of drawing upon a wealth, a richness, which you would not have otherwise perceived. So it's up to us as individuals, as ecclesial communities, to identify the ways in which this can be applied and to implement this every single day in our lives, in our families, in our communities. And we must be trusting. We must have confidence. and perhaps we are afraid of new developments, and we may feel lost, and yet there is a richness to be grasped. There is an opportunity here to be seized. So let me close by mentioning something which emerges very strongly in the Apocalypse, in the whole of apocalyptic literature, something which, in my view, is very topical, very urgent, very relevant to us today. Very often, we hear people say we live in a time of confusion at all levels, social confusion in values, in the families, in the institutions, the church. It's a time of confusion. You know what the apocalypse would say? You know what apocalyptic man would answer? Blessed is the time of confusion. Blessed is the time of confusion. Why am I saying this? Well, because confusion helps you be detached from your securities, from your certainties. Perhaps you had built some fortresses. Perhaps you were enjoying a utopia that things could be under your control, that you were able to manage life events. Confusion instead makes you establish contact with anxieties, with upheavals, with anguish, which is what which is what people really experience in their everyday life, and which perhaps you had lost touch with because you were deceiving yourself into thinking that everything could go smoothly according to your plans. Well, this is not the case, and it cannot be the mindset that we can have. Confusion thrusts you, sort of jolts you and asks you to do something different, to look at what is different from you, at what is distant from you. In confusion, you experience cum fusio. Just remember the etymology, cum fusio, that is to say, effusion, emerging with others, dismantling barriers, breaking down the walls that you had built in order to protect yourself from others. Instead, confusion is asking you to become one with others, creating a new opportunities for growth and creativity, so that together with others around you, you can seize these opportunities for new solutions which are good for all, not just for you, but for all, starting from the last. From those who more urgently and more vitally need these solutions. And this can be done together. So I hope I was able to give you some points on which we can continue our reflection.
Thank you so much, Luca, for having summarized in an excellent way a wider research. And thank you for your remarks. The dynamic of discernment that involves wisdom, hearing, and patience. So the context, a community of hearing, and situation of crisis as a moment of courage, and as a time of uneasiness, as a confused moment, but a moment of confusion that must, however, lead to a better way, a wiser way of reading the reality and listening to the world. So in this conference, each the presentation will be followed by an immediate answer in the style of an interdisciplinary dialogue. So the discipline of Professor Pedroli is the Bible. His field of study is biblical theology, and where discernment is a very strong issue, not only and very important, not only for today's reality, but also in theological terms. And so the first reaction that we have taught to Professor Pedroli's speech is by Professor Alain Thomaset, who's a professor of moral theology and dean of the Centre Sèvres in Paris, as well as vice president of the French Theological Association for Moral. Professor Alain will make his speech and will reply to the paper of Professor Pedroli in French, and he's online, so we can watch the video. Welcome to you, Alain. Thank you for being here. You have the floor. Good afternoon, and thank you for having invited me. Thank you to Professor Guenzio. Thank you to Professor Bourdain of John Paul II Institute. Thank you for this invitation. More than answering to a presentation of Professor Pedroli, I would like to make some remarks. There's some echo, and also interpreters can hear echo, which is quite strong. So maybe we can adjust some settings. So, as I said, it is not a reply, but it is. I would like to react to his stimuli. Professor Pedroli builds on the work of Ugo Vanni on Revelation to disclose the meaning of discerning God's plan in the course of history. So, as he said, discernment that the whole Christian community and every Christian must acquire, the wisdom to which the man of the Apocalypse is called, who combines ear and reason with wisdom, is a recognition of the deep and authentic meaning of history that is hidden under the appearances of the various situations of life. So it is a concrete perception of existence capable of reading the deepest dynamics at the base of development of history in connection with the mystery of the risen Christ. It is the capacity to read and sense the sense of becoming Christ that comes with the reading of the signs of the Second Vatican Council. And the Pope hopes that this comes at the heart of the pastoral from Amoris Laetitia. I will not insist on the exegetical analysis of the revelation. I would like to briefly show the echo of this dynamic sapiential process highlighted by Professor Pedroli with the way in which Ignatius of Loyola, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and William Spone conceived discernment of God's actual will for Christians in the Church. In the light of Revelation, Professor Pedroli insists on the link between mind, nous, and ear, us, within practical wisdom, Sophia. Not only does the spirit or the mind interpret the symbolic images of vision, Revelation 13, 18, 79, but the ear makes it possible to listen to the message from reality and the spirit. This point deserves attention. So the spirit link between mind, spirit and ear, in the tradition of Ignatian discernment, heart and mind are always put in relation. The sensitivity, which, says Pedroli, allows us to perceive the potentialities hidden in everything, and the right value is represented here, first of all, by spiritual motions, the inner movements inspired by different spirits, which are affections of the heart and which must be examined by means of the mind through the rules of discernment. The fundamental orientation is that of knowing where the motivation where the motion is leading me towards life given by God and in conformity with his plan of love, or towards what leads to death, which imprisons, renders guilty, and finally destroys. The challenging crisis, as Professor Petroli said, experienced by the men of Revelation is also that of the spiritual struggle that never ceases to affect us in the tension between worldly values and those of the gospel in our lives. So it is a spiritual struggle that is represented in the book of Revelation as a cosmic drama. I would add that the perspective of the end, of which the apocalypse gives us a metaphorical image, is also a characteristic of discernment in Ignatius, since the question here, the question of salvation is at stake. It is one of the ways of choosing, is to imagine the end of one's life to see what one would like to have chosen and accomplished. Another echo of the apocalyptic wisdom described by Petroli is the way in which Dietrich Bonhoeffer sees the discernment of the responsible man in a specific situation. For Bonhoeffer, writing in a period which he calls apocalyptic, so Germany of the 40s, it is a matter of acting in this world to prepare the way of the Lord within the penultimate realities, having as a compass the ultimate reality, which is reconciliation of the world with God in Christ. So Revelation gives us an image of this ultimate end. So the image of the slain and victorious Lamb, the image of the heavenly Jerusalem, where God says, "Behold, I am making all things new." Revelation 21:5. For Bonhoeffer, the substantial reality often hidden within the behind the troubled and apparent realities of the world is Christ, who carries out his work of salvation already accomplished and yet always in the process of becoming. It is this final reality, ultimate reality, the definite salvation, the fully revealed plan of God, which justifies the penultimate realities, the creation awaiting salvation from which we cannot turn away or which we cannot ignore. Jesus Christ became man, and it is this reality that must be saved. The arrangement and unity of ultimate and penultimate reality is essential for him, because if we do not hold them together, we risk either the radicalism of the pure judging the world and separating themselves from it, running away from it, or towards liberal humanism made up of compromises with the world, which leads to what Bonhoeffer calls cheap grace. In Christ, this opposition is overcome, Pedroli says. The Christian life is life with Jesus Christ incarnate, crucified, and risen, whose word reaches us in its entirety in the message of the justification of the sinner by grace. So to live as Christians is to participate in the encounter of Christ with the world. For Bonhoeffer, responsible living is not conformity to abstract principles, but conformity to Christ, exegete of reality in the world. And this responsible life presupposes the double principle of respecting the laws inherent in realities and aiming at the final original and final bond to others and to God. I would like to mention Bonhoeffer because it is not a system of established rules once and for all, because it is new and different in every situation. We must discern anew every day what God's will may be. Heart, understanding, observation, and experience must cooperate in this examination, end quote. A final reaction to Pedroli's presentation is the theologian William Spohn's study of the place of the Bible in the formation of the moral subject, especially in his book, Jesus and Ethics. He shows us how the frequentation of the world of God, especially through spiritual practices, and in particular liturgy, can form in us a perception, dispositions, and an identity in line with Christ. The images, metaphors, stories of the Bible, especially the Gospels, shape our way of looking at the world with kingdom glasses, educate our moral dispositions by creating virtuous habits similar to those of Jesus, just compassion, gratitude, sense of justice, and so on. And ultimately, these images, these stories enable us to acquire baptismal and Eucharistic identity in response to the call of Christ. So you easily understand that we need to adopt Jesus' lifestyle. We need to acquire the same feelings as those in Jesus Christ, as Paul says in the Epistle to the Philippians. For Paul, the discernment of the signs of the time, as well as the discernment of God's will in a specific situation, is made possible by this education of our affections and dispositions that educate us, train us to perceive God's presence in history and in our stories, as well as His call to each one of us. This process of formation of the moral character of Christian subjects through contact with the world of God can be applied to the way in which images, metaphors, and stories of the Book of Revelation educate the Christian community and each of us to acquire a sense of history in the perspective of parousia. It may also educate our gaze, and Revelation places great emphasis on vision, on seeing, and it may help us to strengthen our patience, endurance in trial, and hope. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Thomas Say. You have helped us adding new content to our discussion and to to what Pedroli said. Thank you for your references to St. Ignatius, and thank you for referring to the writings of Dietrich Bonhoeffer and William Spawn. So each of those remarks adds value to this ecclesial and Christian style of discernment. So we have 15 minutes for your reactions, for a discussion on what we've heard by Professor Pedroli and also the what Professor Tomaseri said. So we thought. So we would like to have our students ask the first question. So I'm really happy to give the floor to Luisi Fernanda Cruz Rey, who will react on Professor Pedroli's presentation. She comes from Colombia. She has so we have seen her online, and now we see her personally, in person. Fernanda, you have the floor. Thank you so much. Microphone, please. Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Pedroli for your excellent presentation. I would like to start from your thoughts on these sapiential dynamics. It is not a sporadic moment. We need to train. It is not an occasional thing. So how can the church in the Italian reality, how can we train us and nos? How can the church support us by starting from the sacrament, starting from Jesus, the style of Jesus' disciples? So not only with reference to the sacraments. How can it be a continuous training? How can the church frame this as continuous training? How do you imagine this direction, this guidance by the church? Thank you. Maybe you can reply. Would you like to reply straight away, or is there any other question, immediate question, so that we do not take up too much time? If Valeria, even if you're online, you can ask questions. No, you can't. If you're online, you cannot ask questions. Unfortunately. Okay. So, Professor Pedroli, would you like to answer? Thank you so much for this question. It is not easy at all. I would say the church must first and foremost use us, hearing, must listen to what families have to say. I am calling on ministers and all those who celebrate sacraments. So I am referring to the community context. We must learn to listen to the experiences, needs of families. We must also listen to the troubles, their pains, and also the beauty that transpires from life in common. We must not forget that. So first of all, listening is essential. And then there is another element that I like very much, and I have emphasized it in my paper. We are led to think of families and church, but families are the church. So we sometimes think of families as a subject of pastoral care, but as an object, but they are the subject of pastoral care. So what I like to emphasize is the relationships between families, the link that exists between families. I think that this is extremely important. And families listen to each other, they support each other, they enrich each other. Families that share a common path. Sorry, there is an interference in the microphone. There is a passage in Gaudium and Spes that I like to remember. It's number 48, where we read, sorry, there is an interference, that family reveals the genuine nature, the true nature. Family reveal the true nature of the church to the extent that it puts in common, it shares with other families its spiritual richness. So this is really extraordinary. So not only is there a context where families pull together their spiritual richness, so not only their troubles, their pains, but in this context where families pull together their spiritual richness, families reveal the true nature, the genuine nature of the church. I think this is something that we can discover every day, but I think this marks the actual path that we should follow. A question which might be quite of a provocation. In Revelation, we hear discernment over time, but if I compare other passages, and especially of the Gospels, where Jesus says, you know how to, you can tell whether tomorrow weather will be good or bad, but you cannot discern the sign of the times. So isn't there a clash between this call on having wisdom and what Jesus emphasizes in the Gospels, the lack of ability to discern the signs of the times? Well, it even goes beyond that, because we know that there are passages where Jesus says, I am talking this way so that you hear, but you do not understand. How is it possible? Yes, it is indeed possible, because in this dynamic discernment, in this type of wisdom, well, this is not something human. It is not just human. Yes, of course, it draws on what we are, what we experience, our knowledge, our culture. Of course, it draws on that, it builds on that, but what gives life to this sapiential dynamism of wisdom is the spirit. It's a spiritual dynamic. It is a spiritual dynamic. So, I made a reference to confusion, chaos. Do you know that the Tower of Babel is a famous example? So it tumbles down, everybody's dispersed. They do not understand each other because they all speak different languages. I would say holy confusion. Blessed be the confusion, because you have to go beyond your fences, your boundaries. You have to inhabit the entire world, and you are trained to speak different languages. You have to adopt different perspectives, modalities. So this is a gift of the Spirit. This is a spiritual experience, a gift of the Spirit, as I said. Otherwise, we would die in ourselves, be confined in ourselves, and not move forward. There is a question from Alain Thomaset, who would like to speak, and so I'll give the floor is to him. Thank you so much. I would like to reply to the question by Luisa. It is one of the questions that I often hear when I train trainers of pastoral on the basis of Amoris Laetitia. How can you build, how can you form discernment? It is an ecclesial question. We have to say that there are different ways of doing that. Listening to the word of God is an excellent way to train oneself to discernment, because we have an inner disposal that helps us through listening to the word and liturgy, community life, dialogue. But it's also true that we need to train ourselves to listen to others. There are specific training programs for that, how to listen to others, pastoral discernment. There are spiritual centers that do that. And in Italy, I think that there are a lot of centers like that in Italy, just as in France. But I think that there are 2 or 3 attitudes that are essential. The first one, as Professor Pedroli said, listening, hearing, listening to what people have to say, being capable of listening to the suffering of families, to the troubles that they are facing, without biases, without being biased. So this requires being open and available, being free from our one's way of seeing things. Indifference is what Ignatius says. It doesn't mean to be indifferent to others, but it means to have inner freedom towards what the experiences others are living, and they do not correspond to what I would like them to live. This is a training, an attitude that we must acquire, being willing to accept the experience of others and help others step by step to find the call of God in their life. God's call is unique for each one of us. Of course, we must always remember the needs of the gospel and what the church says. It is an ecclesial discernment, but first of all, it is a discernment that is formed in individuals' conscience, accompanied and supported by the church. I often insist in saying that for Pope Francis, the question is discernment that is both personal, inner discernment, and pastoral, ecclesial discernment. These 2 things go hand in hand. I would like to, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you so much, Alain. Any other questions? Any other reactions? You have the floor, but you should, no, we do have a microphone. Okay. Okay. Can you introduce yourself for those who are following it from home? Microphone, please, because we cannot. Okay. Father Marco Vanelli, Director of the National Office for Family Pastoral. Thank you so much for your invitation. I would like to thank Professor Pedroli for his thoughts, and I would like to refer to the last passage where you shared your thoughts. So you said that Revelation places itself in a great liturgy, Dies Domini, and in that liturgy, that liturgy becomes an area of personal and ecclesial discernment. So maybe this is not your precise field of investigation, but the question is our liturgy capable of intercepting and understanding our confused times? Is our liturgy capable of supporting mediation? Or is our liturgy maybe the expression of a truth with gestures that are not very well understood? So the tension between the reform, the dimension of the church that calls for reforms. Can you say something about that? Thank you. As you said, it is a very large field of investigation. It is something that affects experts of liturgy, but it also affects each one of us. One thing that I can say, and this emerges quite strongly from the book of Revelation, we must understand that when you celebrate, what you celebrate has to do with your life. What you celebrate has to do with your life. It is not just something outside out of your life, because if you can do that, you realize that your life enters the celebration. Your personal story is in the celebration. So your story, your life, with all the troubles, with all the problems, so the ordinary things you do not understand, well, it becomes a place of sharing, of mutual gift, because you read everything in the light of Christ, the gift of himself that Christ made, and then you can go backwards. You can rediscover that your life, your past experience, is liturgy itself. Your life as liturgy, because it is a gift of communion, a gift of love that you understand that you are living together with Christ and the church and together with all the other families in a context of communion that is a celebration, that is liturgical. History becomes liturgy. History too. That's why I was referring to the prophetic sense. We must understand that history itself is celebration, is liturgy. It is something that goes beyond us. It's above us. It's in the hands of God. So I think that this is the kind of remark that can help us. We need to close this first step and first stage. We would like to thank wholeheartedly Professor Pedroli, Professor Tomasset, because they have offered important reflections that enrich our reading and our interpretation of discernment. So I would like to thank them both with an applause. Thank you.
Nell'impaginazione del convegno.
Now, in the initial program, we should have had Mr. Gutierrez's presentation, but because of time zone differences, we chose to have this in the afternoon instead. So Professor Rutier will be speaking this afternoon. However, our program doesn't really diverge that much from our original approach, because we are focusing on crucial aspects of discernment. Now we shall hear about one element which is very relevant for the education of families, education to the sacrament of marriage. You will have realized that there are a number of references to Amoris Laetitia precisely to better highlight these connections. So let me now ask Professors Bozzolo and Reali to come here to the table for this second presentation. Professor Bozzolo will make a presentation starting off from a specific quote from Amoris Laetitia, and will also be making reference to a number of passages taken from the exhortation. So reasons that will ensure a genuine and stable commitment. This is the quote that this is the quotation he starts from in his discussion. The practice of discernment to discern and recognize the strength of the marital bond. The professor has been dean of the Salesian Pontifical University of Rome after having spent some time in the Turin department of the university, and he is still acting as a teacher, as a researcher, especially in the field of family pastoral care and marriage theology. Now, I will not list all the many qualifications and merits of the professor, but I will give Andrea the floor without any further ado. So thank you very much for your invitation and a cordial welcome to all of you. Now, this is the title of my presentation, Reasons that will ensure a genuine and stable commitment, the practice of discernment to recognize the strength of the marital bond. As was already stated in the introduction, we refer to the numbers which go from 2005 and 2011 in Amoris Laetitia, and which address the way in which engaged couples can receive guidance and support in being prepared to marriage. And this, of course, is an opportunity to discuss some issues which are typical of this type of support. So listening, the witness of families, the possibility of having group meetings. And then it is also stated that all these elements should be assembled together in an initiation logic. This is what we read in number 207. It's an initiation to the Sacrament of Marriage, which can give them, the engaged couples, all the necessary elements to receive the sacrament worthily and to make a solid beginning of life as a family. This is the quotation from the exhortation. So we have a sort of parallel between the itinerary towards the sacrament of marriage and catechumenate. Now, in this general context, there is a specific focus on motives. What are the motives with which the engaged couple decides to marry? So what follows is the importance to discern these motives, to verify whether they are appropriate, whether they are solid, whether they can give stability to the couple. If the motives are superficial, are partial, are fragile, well then, of course, this can undermine the marriage. And 2009 states that during this initiation journey, through the exercise of discernment, the engaged couple should, and I'm quoting, be strongly encouraged to discuss what each expects from marriage, what they understand by love and commitment, what each wants from the other, and what kind of life they would like to build together. Now, against this general background, there is a risk which is also presented, and which is to be averted if the celebration of marriage is truly to lead to a stable and solid family life. And this risk is the initial intoxication, the initial moment in a couple falling in love, the initial intoxication, the initial fascination that two young people feel for each other, which may form their view of reality. And we can now go to number 2012. It may be that there is the risk to hide many things. You avoid the divergences, and you're really only postponing difficulties. In other words, the engaged couple might believe that they are more united than they actually are, because there is only an emotional, sentimental union. And Amoris Laetitia goes on to say, there is nothing more voluble or precarious than desire. And we should never encourage the decision to marry unless we have had a deeper understanding of other reasons and motives which can give this covenant real possibilities to be stable. So desire appears to be capricious, unpredictable. You cannot build a couple on desire only. You need to have other reasons, other motives, which ensure that there is stability. Now, there are 2 points I would like to make here. First, I would like to make clear the relationship between desire and motives. Which motives can prompt an engaged couple to marry? Well, certainly you cannot have just rational reasons. You only get married if you desire to get married. There must be space for desire. So what is the relationship between reasons or motives and desire? So let's have a sort of dualistic interpretation of this process. And then the second step would be the discernment of motives with reference to the nature of the conjugal covenant. So in a more anthropological perspective, what is the strength, the solidity of the bond, of the marriage bond, which would lead to the desire to get married and not just being together. And the third step is the relationship between these motives and the Christian nature of the sacrament of marriage. So inevitably, the relationship between motives and the perception of the sacrament, and the perception of the sacrament and faith. So motives and reason and the desire, motives and marriage, motives and faith. These are the 3 areas which I will be discussing. The first of the 3 is truly very complex, but here we are just giving a very quick overview. What is a motive? In my reflection, which you will find better explained in the written text, I would like to briefly make reference to Ricoeur, the philosophy of the will, when he explains that motives are very different from causes. Causes in the physical world act in a deterministic way, because every time there is a cause, there is always an effect, and causes can be studied as something objective, an objective reality that can be analyzed and studied. Motivation or motive is something very different, because there is no reason to act unless freedom accepts that reason and acquires that reason. You can say speaking jokingly, or a young man or younger woman, oh, it would be a brilliant match. It would be an ideal person to marry. Yes, of course, but that's not sufficient reason for me to want to marry them, because there is a freedom. You choose whether or not you want to do something, whether or not you want to assume that particular motive. It is something which you have to internalize. So motives also imply at the same time a rational reason, rational grounds for convenience, ethical appreciation of value, and a personal engagement of the individual involved, because there must be an emotional resonance, an emotional and motivated action. If you're motivated, that you do things happily and willingly. If you are motivated to work, work becomes light. So it is not something that you suffer. It is not something that you must do. It is something that you want to do because there is a personal engagement, a personal involvement. So in this sense, motive is not an idea which the reason acquires and studies, but rather is the way in which a subject, an individual, appropriates a value through a representation by which it anticipates the object it wishes, the aim or end it wishes to achieve. So there cannot be a motive unless there is a desire. So in my view, it is essential to try and overcome this dualism which might sometimes occur, as if desire, the desire dimension, as if eros, as if attraction were merely a secondary, second-class phenomenon, less important, less noble than rational motives, which we might believe are rational decisions by the individual. It would be wrong to have this attitude. Many marriages fail, even though the individuals involved had a very clear conscience of the nature of the Christian marriage, and rationally they said they were totally convinced, they were firmly committed, but perhaps it was all too rational. Perhaps there was a very weak reference to the emotional life of the couple. So in my view, Amoris Laetitia is bringing together, and this is a very good thing, is bringing together there's a dual register, the rational dimension and the desiring dimension. In 2005, it is stated it isn't a question of asking the engaged couple to learn the full catechism or to be overwhelmed by instructions. In this case, as has been rightly stated by St. Ignatius, it isn't full knowledge which can give you food for your soul, but rather tasting. So this is this discernment that we need to conduct with the engaged couple before their marriage. We have this word which can help us in our sensitivity. It helps us feel and taste the beauty of the choice that the couple is making. So to be able to so we are able to taste with joy, and I think this gives us a fuller view of the person. This is an excellent signal to say that we are going in the right direction. I can conclude this initial passage referring to one aspect briefly. If it is true that for all life decisions there cannot be discernment without desire, this is all the more true in the case of marriage. Marriage cannot be wanted unless it is desired. When you desire someone as your spouse, this also implies that you are waiting for something, for the recognition given by your partner. So a conjugal wanting is a desiring attitude. I cannot want you as my spouse unless you want me to, because otherwise it would be domination. It would be possessing the other. What I want is for you to want me. So it is wanting supported by desire. My desire is that you recognize my inclinations towards you, and that this is requited. It was rightly said to marry is to choose to be chosen, to be wanted. So it is wanting accompanied by the desire to enter into contact, to be intertwined with somebody else's will. So this is what ought to be the object of discernment, because this is the real motive. This is the real reason which can prompt someone to get married. So after this initial comment on the tension, on the correlation between desire and reason, we can now say something about the relationship between motive, desiring motive, and the nature of the conjugal covenant. As we all know, the Second Vatican Council led us to speak of marriage in a more personalistic way as the intimate communion of life and love created by the Creator and structured with its own laws. So we have content which is not just a covenant. We have a marriage when we give away certain rights and we assume certain rights. Something which can be therefore be described almost in legal terms. Here, what is being involved are the personal inclinations, an intimate communion. There's intimate conclusions which, using the biblical metaphor, lead to the creation of one flesh. This is very interesting because it shows from the very beginning how these personal inclinations imply an intertwining of eros and logos, the desiring dimension and the truth. So there is this biblical metaphor, one flesh. This is always referred to when we speak of marriage. Well, we can refer to the individualistic inclinations of current modern culture. Well, it is worth mentioning that a marriage is not an association. Also, from the pastoral viewpoint, this would be something that the engaged couple could ponder and reflect on. We are not speaking of two individuals associating, becoming an association. We are not speaking of a contract. We are not speaking of two individuals who remain individuals, but they become associated. It isn't a cost-benefit analysis which should be undertaken in order to maintain a stable relationship, a stable bond. Marriage is something different. It's the choice to create one flesh, and this transforms the person. The loving relationship, unlike any form of association, gives origin to a novum, something which is not just the sum of two separate individuals, hence the expression one flesh. It's a novum. It is something new. Something unprecedented, which is not merely the sum of two individuals. And this happens because the man and woman who get married, who choose to be chosen, who intertwine their two respective freedoms, can achieve, each in his or her way, an unprecedented measure of themselves. This too could be further discussed. However, this is what the biblical text is saying when it describes Adam's reaction at the appearance of Eve. We know that in chapter 2 of Genesis, we have this mythical event, this creation of woman, and this is the creation of their reciprocity. It is not good for the man to stay alone. This means that a man cannot be truly fulfilled if he remains alone. He cannot reach the stature to which humanity is destined unless this is intercepted, unless this is intertwined with Isha, the woman, flesh of his flesh. The biblical story shows this very clearly because Adam, when he sees Eve for the first time, utters some words. These are the first words uttered by man in the scripture. Adam had always been described using the third person in the Bible, but when Eve appears, he emerges in his uniqueness. So the solidity, the strength of the conjugal choice is this intertwining, which is much more radical than any form of association. So there is this very profound involvement of the identity of the two individuals to such an extent that what emerges is something unique, something specific. And this gives rise to unity, indissolubility, openness to life, the typical characteristics of marriage that we always mention. Indissolubility. This is not an extrinsic quality. It's related to the fact that they have become another. And because I have become another, it is not something that I can leave behind in my life. It is not something transitional. It is something which has become ingrained into my being. I know that I have to keep within the time limits, but we could be discussing this at length. We could be saying a lot more. We could be speaking, for example, of the way in which this bond could be deformed and distorted when you do not recognize the other, but you manipulate your partner. So we should help the engaged couples to understand this, to avoid manipulation, instead recognizing the other as someone unique. I know I only have 5 minutes left, so I will be now very briefly discussing one last theme, the relationship between motive and faith. There is a typical interpretation which has been used in our ecclesial reflection for centuries. However, the general context has changed to such an extent that we are now required to change this model. The model I'm speaking of is thinking of the sacrament of marriage as an elevated natural bond. According to this approach, whenever someone who's baptized desired to have a natural marriage, well, then the natural marriage is automatically elevated to the supernatural order and is automatic sacramental, even though there is a lack of subjective personal dispositions. Now, this type of approach, this type of language no longer works. This is quite clear, because in our pastoral care, we use we would be using two different language registers which are completely different and opposed one to the other. According to the second and following the Second Vatican Council, we say that marriage is a calling, it is a vocation, there is an ecclesial calling or mission, and it requires discernment. And the second discernment, the juridical legal register, says that the personal faith of the person does not enter into the sacramentality of marriage. How can I say that marriage has an intrinsic Eucharistic dimension and then admit to marriage people who have no Eucharistic life? Discernment becomes very difficult. The pastors usually adopt a middle way. They don't want to be too high or too low. They do not want to be too lenient or too stringent. But I think it would be essential to find the right balance, to find the right compromise. We need to work with the Christian language in such a way as to have the right instruments for discernment. Sometimes an objection is raised. People say, oh, no one has the pistometer in the church. In other words, an instrument which would allow us to manage other people's faith. It's a very trite rejoinder, and I think it's a strategy which totally fails to help us, because after all, nobody's asking to measure the faithful's faith. There has been, however, the catechumenate for 2,000 years. So the church has developed some instruments which allow us to admit to baptism adults or not. There is discernment, there is ecclesial discernment which applies. Naturally, there is the transcendence of faith. But we are very much aware of the fact that faith is not something totally intangible, because there are manifestations. There are ways in which you can see if this faith exists or not. But it is not up to others, it is not up to strangers or to people outside to measure your faith, but rather it's a question of giving the engaged couples the instruments that they need in order to discern whether or not the content of the marriage sacrament corresponds and matches their dispositions, the dispositions with which they wanted to get married. So I think that the church could certainly work on this so that we could have a more certain approach, a better description of what it means to get married in the Lord, something which is not so fluctuating, so that the pastoral care given to engaged couples can help them in their choice and decisions. Faith can be like the mustard seed, something very, very small, something at the very, very beginning. But we know that in the eyes of God, this mustard seed can make all the difference. And the Christian community exists precisely because it can support a partial, initial, frail response, which, however, this is the major difference, which, however, accepts to be assisted and guided by the community.
Come vi siete accorti?
So my task is very easy. Because I was about to prepare some notes. You just have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but they are very disciplined. So I would like to thank, first of all, Professor Bozzolo for having made a presentation that it is quite wide and gives us a lot of stimuli, and especially the reference to Enrico and his reflections on motivations and desire, because I think that it is essential to understand these matters between anthropology and theology. In the written text, there are also some summarized references, and please allow me to refer to some of those remarks. The grace of sacrament is to help couples to identify the ultimate principle in Jesus' Easter. And this is exactly what pastoral support should aim to. I think that this is a very interesting commitment to open up new paths. But I would like to give the floor to Professor Nicola Reali. So you are two theologians dealing with sacraments and pastoral. So you have quite an easy task under this point of view. Professor Nicola Reali is a collaborator of the Pontifical University, Lateran University. He is professor in the chair of Theology of Sacraments at the Lateran Pontifical University. So, bibliography has already been mentioned by Professor Bozzolo, so I just give you the floor for your discussion, for the discussion. Thanks to the organizers of the conference, thanks to the authorities of this institute, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be the discussant for Professor Bozzolo. So we not only work on similar issues, but we had a similar education. And in fact, I can say that I play in houses. And I want to start off by saying that I fully agree with what was presented. And for the reasons I mentioned, you shouldn't be surprised. So I'm dealing with the convergent issues and themes because, as mentioned at the end of the presentation, there is a need and it is opportune to reflect on the sacrament of matrimony and the relationship between the sacrament itself as a horizon in which to clarify the questions and issues that have to do with the sacrament of matrimony, to make it possible to overcome naturalism that risks become nominalist. Today's paper is a confirmation of that, because it shows how correct arrangement of the relationship between desire and motivation when the sacrament of matrimony is at stake calls on the discernment of desires in a direct way, which is at the basis of the decision to resort and make use of the sacrament of matrimony. So it becomes a question as to how the spouse's decision has to do or doesn't have to do with what the church does when it is celebrating the sacrament of marriage. So if it has to do with the faith of the church itself. The consequence is that if at an anthropological level we cannot see motivation as something different from desire, because as had been said, the motivated will is an intentional inner shape of desire. At theological level, this is even more true, because the choice of being chosen, and I'm quoting myself, is based on the intention to want a certain type of matrimony, of marriage, the natural one. But a couple discover an unprecedented dimension of the self, as well as the veiled, concealed identity of the other. And this is what the sacrament offers, because the interpretation which is indispensable to understand the sacrament is the relationship between divine truth and the act of faith. So if this is true, or if it may be true, the first step for discernment that is called for in Amoris Laetitia is not only being conscious that marriage as a sacrament can only be related to the free choice of human beings, and we all agree on that, but we should also be aware that what is at stake is not what is chosen, by the fact that there is a choice. In other words, it is an invitation, it is a call, in my opinion, to overcome the theological or pastoral approach whereby the sacrament is seen in an ontological way. And the question is, what is matrimony as a sacrament? What is an ontological question. So the choice is seen as a particular phenomenon, natural marriage, and the motivations underlying this choice as the acceptance of the criteria seen, envisaged by the sacramental matrimony. So marriage sacrament is something, is a precise conjugal phenomenon that you can choose or you cannot choose as any other thing. When this choice is supported by specific motivations, its sacramentality appears. So to choose a sacramental matrimony is not to decide in favor of its sacramentality, but it means choosing the motivations that the sacramental system envisages, so that a precise conjugal phenomenon, natural matrimony, is in this case can be said to be sacramental. Clearly, within this model, within this pattern, one is almost obliged to think to motivation as a different reality other than desire, because choice is made on the basis of motivated evidence. I think that, on the contrary, what Don Andrea proposed is much more promising. So motivated volition in relation to not only with the object that is wanted, but also with desire. Why? Because from an anthropological point of view, desire is the original condition through which man is favorably inclined towards reality. And on the other, because desire, besides not having any anthropological foundation, because the desire is impose itself on the individual, cannot be nominated anthropologically, because its nomination would mean the exhaustion of desire. So if this is true, and I'm referring to the beautiful page of the theological reading, the 10th book of St. Augustine's Confession. If this is true, desire transcends the possible wanted object and its finite conditions. So you don't do justice to desire if you introduce motivations that should clarify what the wanted object is, the desired object is. Desire does not become true in the motivated intention of the true or false object that is desired. If it cannot do that, what drives desire to its reality is not the theoretical evidence, it's a practical evidence, the decision that is taken vis-à-vis the manifestation of truth by accepting or rejecting its evidence. So this is, in my opinion, the area of motivation, the area of free adhesion and unconditioned acceptance of the revelation of the reality of the desire, which in the case of sacrament, we must not forget, takes on the shape of a decision based on God's decision that God has already taken, which is what the Church puts at the disposal of men through the liturgical action. And so I was wondering whether this need that I like to call a theological need, stricto sensu, is not what the ecclesial community should evoke as a adequate, suitable motivation for the discernment that it has to make when encountering love of men and women in our times, not to separate motivation from desire, this is for sure, but especially not to separate a discernment of those who are prepared to obtain the sacrament of matrimony from matrimony itself. Thank you.
Per questa
Thank you for having deepened the remarks and the thoughts of Professor Bossolo. I think that it is an invitation to you, a call on you to reply to these remarks. Do you want to reply now? No, let's wait a second. So we do have the students who would like to intervene. Of course, I have given the text to them previously so that they could make a question. And we have Leonardo Carreno Esteban, who's Luisa's husband, I think. Thank you. Thank you so much. In Don Bozzolo's papers, so first of all, thank you, Professor Bozzolo, and thank you, Professor Nicola Reali. Okay, I'll remove my mask. So in the first remarks developed by Don Andrea, that we can read, you can read on the written paper, we have discovered that we must not underestimate reciprocal attraction, which is typical of every couple relations, but we must find the affectus and the ripening of affectus. We must understand the motivations underlying this attraction. And so we have the constant commitment in to rediscover this attraction. So the question is, in your experience in the pastoral of couples and young people, what are the barriers that must be overcome right now, this historical movement, to have this ripening of affections so that there can be adequate acknowledgement of the reasons? And shall I ask the second question? Yes. The second question for married couples, as I am, for those who are already married, what are your recommendations never to stop in this ripening, maturation of affections and not to reach what you call the illness of that can affect the married couples after decades of living together? Any other questions? Are there any other questions? Yes, Professor Carisoba. Would you like to ask to come here for... No, you have a microphone. You have a microphone. I would like to thank the two presentations or the two speakers because I think that has been an extremely interesting dialogue. My first conclusion is that not any discernment is acceptable. It is a very serious thing, so we must understand that this can be an ambiguous term. Ambiguity in discernment is something that is really against pastoral. So, Amoris Laetitia says you have to distinguish in the flesh. As in the Bible, when discernment is mentioned, there is an indication that there is an anti-Gnostic approach. It has never been Christian, so the sacramental aspect embedded in sacrament is key. So I think that this is something you are also interested in and you also share with me. So can you dwell on that? Thank you, Don Andrea. If you want to answer, you have the floor. Thank you for your remarks. Thank you for your comments. I start from Leonardo. Manipulation. Manipulation has to do with the illness of desire. I think it can be described as an illness that affects us when desire does no longer exist, when it becomes, when it stops. And Professor Reali mentioned a non-immediate evidence of the mystery of God, but also the beloved person is not immediately evident. So the gesture of the veil of the bride that is unveiled, and also liturgical symbols also rely on tradition. So the bride comes veiled to the altar, and only the person, he who loves her, can lift the veil to make her unicity emerge. To face, not her face, but the mystery that inhabits the bride. So the desire lives, so healthy desire is healthy if before marriage and after marriage it acts like that. So to devote itself to make the unicity of the other emerge, to care, to protect it, foster it, encourage it, support it. And this task, and I will answer to make some remarks on what Professor Reali said. It is always open. So the horizon here is openness. God gives us in this mystery. It is not an extrinsic addition to what God does. So desire becomes a manipulation. It's when it no longer does that because of disappointment, because of a predatory, possessive approach. And we as Christians talk about concupiscence. And I would like to quote Carmelo Vigna, who in his paper Desire and the Other describes this sickness of desire, drawing inspiration from the phenomenology of the spirit and Hegel between servitude, master and slave, to talk about desire. He says, if the other is the foundation of my desire, if it is what can quench it, the availability of such an important asset may become an uncontrollable impulse. So to dominate the other and to enslave it. So it will be unbearable for me to wait to consider the other as foundation of acknowledgement. So we'll try to to enslave the other. I will try to capture him or her. I will treat the other person as an object and consume his or her subjectivity instead of protecting it. The other will become only the means, the medium that can enable the return of myself to myself. So this is the core of the individualistic culture, narcissism. So listening to one's feelings and sensations instead of listening to the unicity of the other. I think that in the context of Western culture, this is a very important issue. So the other, I continue quoting Vigna, the other is a mirror of my lust, of my desire, so of my craving. So the incorporation of the other as part of myself, a desire of the other realizes and it becomes a desire of the self, which implies consuming the other and becomes a temptation to suppress the other and to suppress oneself. So I read this quote because at the same time we can understand how this mutual relationship refers to the presence of a third party, as is described in the book of Genesis 2, so desire between men and women. So under this point of view, there is the need for men and women not to make absolute one's own desire or the desire of the other as the only motivation for a marriage. So they mustn't become the masters or the slaves of the identity of the other. Reference to a third party that is within the experience of love as the entity that holds the justice of this relationship. And in fact, in the relationship between men and women, there are questions of absolute dimension. Death and love are the same, two facets of the same thing. The desire that I have of you, is it a delusion, a temporary delusion? Because like the way of the sea, death will come and it will destroy the sable castle that we tried to build. Or will this experience of mutuality intrinsically make myself exit myself, my person? So one of the problems that we have, so how to introduce faith in marriage, is the secular divide between affection and faith. So to the extent that we do not understand that affections have to do with an ethical justice, an ethical order, and principles, and an underlying principle of the value of reciprocal life. Well, faith, if it doesn't do that, faith will be something theoretical. And to Professor Prezzoba, I would like to say that discernment has to do with past experiences and of course, flesh is an important dimension. But just because of that, we do need a language in the church that does not, that is more clear. So the flesh of God, the flesh of the couple. So the language of the flesh must be specified and made clear. Otherwise, it may lead to ambiguity. So otherwise, we would say that all marriages have an intrinsic Eucharist dimension because it is the alliance between Christ and the Church of two people who are not believers. I don't think that this may solve the problem. So discernment is needed. And it is not it cannot be carried out only on a theoretical level, but it has to do with real life. But I think it is the task of the Church to work on effective data. And I think that theology is called upon to develop plausible instruments for this pastoral work. Any other remarks, any other thoughts that you want to share with us? No? Okay. So I cannot but Oh, we have another interventions. Thank you. Thank you so much to both professors. My name is Joe Paparella. I'm a student here, and I've had the pleasure of having you both as professors. My question is simple, but maybe complex at the same time. How can we how can we understand this grain of seed in the context of mixed marriages? Is it enough to have a single spouse to have this mustard seed? Can this seed become a tree in such a marriage in the future family? So how should we see that if this mustard seed does not exist in both of both spouses right from the beginning? Well, this it's an example of how delicate these marriages are. The church, at the same time, understands that in some contexts, this may be a problem because the faith does not does not affect just a small part of the existence, but it goes in depth. So it permeates everything: use of money, work, children's education. So I think it will be necessary to exercise adequate discernment to understand whether the necessary conditions are that. So both spouses can cooperate and bring something in marriage. So this is why the church requires other conditions for the feasibility of this marriage. Discernment is on the actual possibility for the Christian spouse to not to abandon his vision of life. If the other part is respectful, Paul says, the believer may to enrich and help the other experience the things that he believes in. But it is not something that can be taken for granted. Discernment is essential here. Well, yes, I would like to reply. It's not an answer to the last question, but I would like to join in the discussion, and I would like to say two things. You have mentioned the sickness of desire, and I also like to use the metaphor of a mirror. It becomes pathological if I love myself in the other. And the interesting thing, if we think of the most famous mirror, is Narcissus. And mirror, you lose yourself, you die because Narcissus dies. There are also other examples in the literature. You are at stake, so you risk losing yourself if you try to love yourself only. And from another point of view on church discernment, I think that the first thing that you should discuss is who does what, who exercises discernment and how, because sometimes it is well, we say everybody can make discernment, but also in support, as Don Andrea mentioned, in support and guidance given to couples, pastors, the bishops exercise discernment. And I know that also here in Vicariate in Rome, a system for legal pastoral guidance is offered here for couples and difficulties, not just for the annulment of marriages, but also for couples. This has been put in place here at the Vicariate. I think this is very interesting because under the impulse of the Pope Francis, there is a dialogue between canonic law and pastoral. This is the first time that this has happened at institutional level. And this only exists here in Rome at the Vicariate and in the Diocese of Milan, if I have good information. And then so maybe I was a bit too complex in my presentation. It is we need to overcome these intellectual idea that we have to explain everything to those who are about to marry or married couples, as if the task of the Christian community in discernment is to clarify the ideas of people who have wrong ideas because they are living in this world. I think that this is something that does not do justice neither to ecclesial discernment nor to the ways in which people approach the church. That is, to understand what their desire has to do with what the church and the faith offers to them. So until we do not abandon this rational way of this rational approach, maybe by using biblical terms, by making a lot of quotes, if we don't, so we risk using the same model we have been used for the last 50 years. Thank you for this candid remark. We are closing. We close now our session. Now we have a coffee break, 30 minutes coffee break, and on the 5th of April, it's a Tuesday. It's a third step. It's a third conference on Amoris Laetitia. We will resume our work at 11:25 set time, and the floor is to Valeria. Simple announcements. We have coffee break, first floor. It's open to everybody. There are 2 different tables so that we don't have large gatherings. So, of course, please comply with the basic COVID-19 rules. And we do have a bar at the ground floor of the university. So should you have any other needs, you can go to the bar. Second announcement, before the coffee break, there is a table on which you can find copies of Amoris Laetitia in several languages that we, as a gift to participants to this conference. And third announcement, in the Romani bookshop of the Lateran University, you can find all the publications referred to this issue, publications of the speakers that intervene today, if you want to further study these themes. 11:25. Have a nice break.
Anche per chi fa la traduzione andiamo a iniziare. Okay.
So we are now ready to start. In the second part of the morning, we shall continue our reflection on some fundamental aspects of discernment. We shall have a third presentation, and here pastoral theology will be discussed. I can well understand that an ecclesial form can emerge. And this is going to be discussed by Professor Luca Bressan. He has a chair of pastoral theology at the theological department of Northern Italy. We would like to thank him for having accepted our invitation. Professor Vincenzo Rosito will be the discussant. I will not add anything else to my introduction. If you're interested in Professor Bressan's curriculum, details are readily available on the web. So I would like to ask Professor Bressan to make his presentation. He too has given us a text, a very extensive and interesting written text, but we would like him to keep within the 30 minutes limit. Thank you very much. The title of my report is "It is not enough to show generic concern for the family in pastoral planning." And this is a quotation from Amoris Laetitia. The object here is to highlight how discernment and training of pastoral workers do represent a challenge if we are to correctly implement this magisterial text. Let me start by saying that this quotation, "It is not enough to show generic concern for the family in pastoral planning," is very significant and can be highlighted at three different levels. First, at the informative level. In its informative dimension, Amoris Laetitia tells us that we cannot just merely continue managing what exists. There was a major thrust which was given by the 1980s Synod on the Family and the Familiaris Consortio exhortation. We realize today that the culture, the current culture, is not proceeded according to a linear line, but is reinterpreting family bonds. So we too are working on these same family bonds. So we need to see how this transformation has an effect on us. There are also two further elements which need to be stressed. Secondly, we have a committive level. This quotation from Amoris Laetitia is a call to the church, asking the church to question itself. So ask yourself if you are too superficial. Perhaps you're not noticing the crisis that exists within you. It is pointless to continue with the forms which are no longer meaningful, and we can further explore this. For example, the metaphor of the family as a domestic church. This can truly help us gain a better understanding of this type of message. The third dimension, it is a performative dimension, but this time it is directive. The Amoris Laetitia does have certain instructions, certain imperatives which need to be considered if we are to implement change. Let us not forget that we are experiencing times which have generated and which require an ecclesial metamorphosis, something that we are very much aware of also in our pastoral care. Lumen Gentium 8 makes reference to this. It says that the Spirit of Christ uses the social organism of the church in order to vivify its body. So this metaphor of a visible body, of a visible organism becomes interesting in order to understand and to discern the action of the Spirit which is in us. So let us start from the first point, the informative dimension, listening to the strategies of the Spirit. We must have a clear gaze, we must understand things clearly. We need the discernment because in the world of family and family bonds, what is underway is a sort of cultural movement which gives rise to a divide, a separation. On the one hand, we have Western culture, which in the last few decades, especially after the war years, worked to inhibit the symbolic and anthropogenic capacity in the concepts of marriage and family. And let me quote and mention a very important book. It was really written in the late 1980s, Anthony Giddens, The Transformation of Intimacy. There was a shift from a patriarchal model to a more private model in the family. So ties and bonds in the family have become privatized, as Father Andrea was saying before. And essentially, marriage becomes an association. At the same time, is that the church has worked going in a different direction. The church has tried to find the potential in marriage bond, the casti connubi, Amoris Laetitia. So we find that there is a richness of definitions. So we have a richness of contents, but also we are increasingly voiceless in today's culture. I read on the Corriere della Sera Italian daily a couple of weeks ago that in Germany, a law bill has just been presented where, together with family institutions, it is also possible to have a so-called responsibility community where members can choose with whom to have ties, and they can choose also to disconnect family ties and kinship ties. For example, a brother could choose to be disassociated from his brothers. Just imagine. So the church is voiceless, is not able to communicate at the social level the full effect of its discoveries and of its achievements. Amoris Laetitia starts with a comment on Psalm 128. It's a wonderful phenomenological exercise where human love is being recounted using a language which we ought to learn to recount, to tell a story. So it's an intriguing dimension. It's something which fascinates. It could show culture that certain dimensions of humanity are being lost and failing these dimensions. Life becomes more difficult for everybody else. This already could be a wonderful exercise in the training and formation that we provide, helping our structures, helping our workers to understand this. Let me move on to the second point, from informative to committive. It is not enough to add something to our pastoral care approach, because family ties are changing and transformed, and this highlights how in society we have a transformation of the church, of the way in which the church is perceived by people and by institutions. And this emerges very clearly in this research by Céline Beron, which was published in France in 2015, where the question is, in a nutshell, what is the church? And what Céline says is that she remembers that when she was a child, the church was a maternal institution which could provide help to the weak, which could provide the support and assistance, an institution which was not harsh in any way, and which inoculated its values. When she grew up, Celine realized that the church is now perceived differently. A new figure of church exists. It becomes a lobby acting within a society where there are different agents, and the church also acts exhibiting its identity, asking for certain values to be followed, imposing certain choices, imposing certain vetoes as well. So the church, which used to be a mother, helpful and loving, turns into something different. For some, it becomes something which deprives one or one's freedom. So this is why she was interested in conducting this research. What is the church? How is the church being perceived? So this is the same question we need to ask ourselves in our pastoral care efforts. How do we want to be perceived? How do we want to project ourselves to the people to whom we provide assistance? Through our action in the world, we want to transform creation, ordaining it to God's design. So how is this being perceived? It's interesting to note that there is also an inner change in many pastoral workers. Pastoral workers were perhaps originally testimonies, witnesses, but now instead they may have turned into operators who provide certain skills. So this certainly can challenge ourselves. I am the Episcopal Vicar of the Milan Diocese, and amongst the various things, I follow the Caritas. Just imagine how odd it is to have a separation between assistance to the weak and vulnerable and family pastoral care. Because very often when the Caritas provides help, it is a function exercise. It's got nothing to do with faith. And this touches upon a very important theme, something which had already been understood in the Verona conference by the Italian Church. Why not reconsider the action of the Church? Why not consider this distinction between services and the growth of the family, because this is what is also meant by family pastoral care. Still speaking of the committive dimension, it is being said that there is a metamorphosis underway. So how can we reread our action? How can we rethink our action with specific reference to the image of the family as domestic church, which is something that we find in chapter 11, Lumen Gentium. I have presented my written text where there is an interpretation of the text, but I would simply like to mention some key elements. We need to consider also chapter 5 of this constitution, where reference is made to the role of the church in sanctifying society. All ecclesial institutions, therefore, are engaged and must be committed to the sanctification process which was initiated by Christ. So the family too must contribute to this task, and the family becomes, in this way, domestic church. In other words, able to continue this type of work, emulating the fecundity of the mother church, which generates, the family can generate Christian citizens. This analogic reading is very interesting because we can understand that there are families who are childrenless, and they are still fecund. They are still able to generate. Even widows and widowers can generate in this sense, in this light. So in the Decretum Gente, the family is mentioned as the instrument which allows the Christian faith to become embodied, to become incarnate in a specific place and context. So the family has this very important role, showing how Christ and the church permeate the culture, transfiguring it. So domestic church means helping families to experience this fecundity, this capacity to generate a brotherhood in love and in the exemplary devotion which produces unity. So this analogy refers also to the love between the married couple, which reflects the love of Christ for the church. Families in this way can see the transcendent nature of their biological fertility. Just remember how much a family has to gain from this. So there is a much greater profundity of meaning. And the church, in turn, can find a trigger point of the incarnation of the sanctification of the world mystery. So the church can truly touch an important, a crucial point, that is to say, the weakening of its incarnation processes. I was telling you before how Céline Beron conducted this analysis, showing how the perception of the church had changed. And she was explaining that this shift in perception was caused mainly by consecrated people, by religious people. So the risk is that we now have a church which is very lucid, very clear-minded, very clever and skillful at the intellectual level, but which is not able to give strength to its intuitions. So this becomes essential for us today because it allows us to understand the space which is given to the Christian faith to establish forms of incarnation. And I find myself totally in tune with Professor Pedroli. The anthropological principle of this incarnation principle is the newness, the innovation introduced by the church, the festive precept, the day of the Lord. This is not just a rite, but it's the capacity to reread our life. Sine Dominicum non possum. This was the statement, the affirmation of the early Christian martyrs. So we need to re-establish this dominical gift, this festive gift. There is a weakening of our communities. We are unable to communicate the beauty of this. I come from a diocese where we had a wonderful tradition behind us, but we are beginning to see how these traditional customs are being worn out by the changing times. And following and providing care, we need to continue to celebrate the Eucharist. And if there is a waning of this, we must put things right. We may have a technical liturgy, but we have lost the sense of the Dominicum. Now, the strength of the tie between marriage and Eucharist, the anthropological strength of family ties and the Eucharistic transfiguration all come into play at a time when anthropological reality becomes more and more difficult to decipher. Now, this leads me to discussing the last point, the directive dimension, which we can see in Amoris Laetitia 200. If we see how the image of life as domestic church has been traditionally received, we can see that without even realizing it, we use this analogy, this metaphor, in a functional way. For example, the family is seen as a domestic church because it has the task of evangelizing, but in the General Directory for Catechesis, 1996, the church becomes a domestic church because it is entrusted with the transmission of faith, rearing children, educating them to Christian life. So this image is used for catechesis and for educational purposes. And we are really, therefore, losing ground. Institutions become controlling bodies and they do not generate processes which ought to be their role. I come from a region where in the healthcare system we have had this failure. It is no longer possible for healthcare authorities to provide the necessary services. So instead, what they do is they demand to others, they give them a budget, and they are themselves just the controllers. They just control what others do, what other entities do. And it is sometimes what the church is doing with families. The church is asking families to take over the role of transmitting the faith, and the church can just act as a controller over families and not provide this function itself. Now, the church has reflected on this and it has realized that to help families to rediscover their identity as a domestic church means helping them to understand how it is possible to experience the family bonds at a much more profound level, activating a dynamic which is essential for families and for the church. A domestic church, according to certain texts, because in a world dominated by consumerism and isolation, there are entities and individuals which are able to communicate the solidarity, giving of life, openness to life, removing them from rhetorics and introducing them into everyday life. Just a very concrete example, you find this in newspapers, in the media. In Milan and in the region around Milan, we have the phenomenon of baby gangs, criminal bands made up by children and teenagers. And what is truly disquieting is that very often the members of these gangs are exactly the same young people which would come to our church activities and Sunday schools in the past. And we spoke to the parents of these children and they said that they no longer have the energy to educate their children because they are forceless, they are exhausted, they are so busy leading their own life and their professional life as well that they have no energy left to educate their children. So just imagine how important it would be for all families to be domestic churches. And another important point which was made during the discussion, we ought to rediscover how the generation of life can help us in understanding this dynamic. Let me give you another example. In Italy, we have had the problem of godfathers and godmothers. But the point is that this is not so much the problem in the sacrament of confirmation, but rather how this figure is to be chosen. If I ask the family to choose a suitable godparent for their children during the confirmation sacrament, just 1 month before the sacrament, of course this will give rise to a problem. Instead, if we can start choosing this person sometime before the sacrament is celebrated, perhaps we can get to know this person, we can pray together, we can provide guidance. Now, one last point. How can we provide formation and training? Well, first, we need to inspire a vision. understanding that the family can help me see the body of the church differently altogether. Very often we abuse the analogy of the family as the body of the church, but just remember, just think what it means to feel the body of the church. And then the question of the reform of the church is an educational issue. We need new educational approaches. Reference was made to the catechumenate. That's very interesting. And then we need modes of acceptance. There are 4 possible parts to be taken in order to try and provide the solution. So proclamation of the Christian faith and former ecclesia. So providing the support to the family must be the opportunity to renovate and renew the way in which communities are structured. This is a risk that I see in my own diocese, but I visited Siena yesterday and I could see exactly the same problem. Communities are just spaces for liturgical celebration, but they no longer have the anthropological basis which would allow this liturgy to be an offering up of one's own life and experience of the Lord. So we must go back to the origins, and families can help us. In my diocese, for example, we have received as a gift this experience, so-called Zero Mile missionary families. So these families went to the bishop saying, I just wanted to share this urge, this pastoral urge. And this can help children and families and parents to understand the credibility of this model. So it was a new way of weaving relations, forging relations and ties. This allows us also to address a very real problem, the reduction of the body of the church. Because otherwise there would just be resignation. Second aspect. The role of families is very important in the reform of the church, which is currently underway, because it allows us to witness firsthand how important it is to have a symbolic openness of relations and ties. The risk is that this reform is reduced to an organizational restructuring. Professor Rosito can help us understand the importance of organization, but organization must give rise to life, otherwise it is totally sterile. So being close to families, working closely with families to understand where life is to be grasped, where we can go beyond individualism, how we can learn to work on the fragility of ties. Being with families and working with families does not mean falling prey to a romantic ideal according to which all is fine and everything is beautiful. On the contrary, it is important to understand the trials and tests which the family often experiences. So the experience of the family is an experience of realism, which allows the church to also implement its ideas in a more concrete way. Third aspect, a family which welcomes all. Chapter 8 of Amoris Laetitia. This chapter is so important because what it tells us, it isn't a question of just giving space and making room for someone who was not admitted to our environment, to our context, but rather it means working alongside with them and share with them our experience of searching for God, of dealing with our failures to see how this can set us into motion again. Because the risk is that we remain still motionless and say we're happy because we have created some room for the outsiders and this is enough. It's different. It's a question of working together, of doing things together. Finally, the family is an opportunity for a new perception of the Eucharist. Just rethink the just think about the Sunday liturgy. So confession of one's fault, asking for forgiveness from God, from the brothers, listening to the word of God. This is the memory which nourishes and nurtures our ties. Reciprocal giving of love, which is founded on the sacrifice of Christ, which illuminates and gives meaning to forms of love that we are required to practice. Just imagine how much we need to be nourished in our providing care. The whole discussion about death of the disabled, euthanasia, precisely is based on this lack of love. So Dominicum can become the instrument which can help us to reread ourselves, to reinterpret ourselves, and to understand how the church exists in order to help us and the world to recognize that this wonderful gift of salvation, this wonderful gift of life, which prevails over death.
Thank you for having summarized a text that we will greatly appreciate and for having identified significant passages. And for this new reading of an expression of or notions that could just be a mere repetition of the term church as a domestic family. So for having given us a new reading, and so for having dwelt upon the pastoral dimension, the ecclesial dimension. So I think that the best discussant we may have for Professor Bressan is Professor Vincenzo Rosito. He is a stable professor in our institute in the reflection between sociology and political philosophy, and so he can revisit certain categories or maybe add other categories. So I leave the floor to Professor Rosito. Thank you, Don Luca. Thank you, Davide. I would like to refer to the same quote of Amoris Laetitia that was given to us. It is not enough to show generic concern for the families in pastoral planning. So immediately after this statement, the text of Amoris Laetitia continues. This effort calls for missionary conversion by everyone in the church. Pastoral practices that are centered on the real life of families are therefore an important test case for the conversion of the whole church. Don Luca mentioned that the personal dimension is about the missionary conversion of the church. That is, it is about the life of the church as a community of discipleship and faithful people of God. The image that contrasts most with the generic concern for the family could be that of the caravan of solidarity presented in Evangelii Gaudium 87. A caravan, we read in Evangelii Gaudium, that crosses the somewhat chaotic flood tide in which we are all immersed. In the concreteness of this caravan, we do not limit ourselves to looking at the world from a window, but we do many things together. We discover ourselves capable of living together, of mingling and encounter, of embracing and supporting one another. That's the text of Evangelii Gaudium. These are all verbs and gestures that are radically familiar to all of us. The existence of a community of solidarity is therefore made up of different and complementary practices. These practices require not an exercise in abstraction, but continuous learning exercises. Practices, or rather the cultural gestures of a people who know how to mingle, how to embrace one another, how to support each other, how to participate. These practices are not first and foremost objects of study or fields of application of a theory. These practices are instead places of learning and of transmission. Cultural practices are not an immobile heritage. They are instead processes of continuous mediation in which implicit knowledge takes the form of a rule or embedded skill. Hugging, to make an example, makes us feel good, and caresses comfort us, because we do not need to explain every time how to hug, how to caress. Our hands and bodies already know that. The knowledge inscribed in the gestures of everyday life takes the form of a cultural implicit capacity, and to exercise them, there is no need for explanation. Yet, when they become the object, the subject matter of a study, we must be able to name and describe it. Studying a cultural implicit capacity in everyday life is one of the most complex undertakings for humanities and also for theology. Theodor Adorno entrusted to philosophy a specific task to open up the aconceptual element with concepts. The aconceptual element of cultural practices is not something hidden or mysterious. The aconceptual of cultural practices is instead the set of those skills, sensitivity, and competences that we express with bodies and gestures, even before words and concepts. The aconceptual element is not what goes beyond the sphere of flesh or body, but the knowledge itself of what flesh and body are capable of. So opening up with concepts, this implicit and embedded knowledge is a complex and delicate undertaking for theology and philosophy. So the responsibility lies in opening up the non-conceptual element with concepts without imprinting the mark of their passage on the non-conceptual element, without passing over it or raping it, without making reality the lowest step of a ladder of learning that proceeds by abstraction. How can we conceptually open up the cultural implicit element in everyday gestures and actions without hurting them, without even making them blush? We need to test new forms of acceptance and hospitality of thought with vis-a-vis the human and family realities that thought intends to study. In the same words used by John Chrysostom to describe the tact of a person who offers hospitality applied to thought that approaches the realities of a family. A guest, Chrysostom writes, requires 1,000 attentions. He needs to be put at ease. Only this way, and perhaps with some difficulty, can he not blush. As Monsignor Professor Bressan said, rightly pointed out in his speech, the attitude of generic concern for the family in pastoral planning is the result of a tendency which over the last 50 years has made definition prevail over analogy, transforming the witness into a professional, ecclesial structures into providers of spiritual services, communities of faith into something similar to professional organizations. Some observers have explained these transformations by resorting to the image of a civil servant, of civil service, or even better, the image of the church grappling with the temptation of becoming a civil service. This approach plays down the complexity of daily life to only two aspects, procedures and problems. Reality consists of procedures to be followed and problems to be solved. For civil servants, everything else is not denied, but it is simply considered irrelevant. The three watchwords of the civil and administrative service are supervision, performance, planning. These words risk becoming the watchwords of the church administration as well. In the meantime, however, supervision, performance, and planning have become the principles of logistical capitalism, i.e. the principle of capitalism that is shifting its center of gravity from financial markets to digital platforms, from economic transactions to the storage of goods and the logistical organization of laws. Reflecting within an academic institution, I would like to stress that the risk of becoming civil servants does not only affect pastoral workers, but also the subjects of university life. Students and lecturers, researchers, intellectuals are constantly at risk of becoming civil servants. A professor becomes a civil servant when he merely explains to others how things work, losing sight of the importance of learning with others. University rejects academic civil service when it perceives itself first and foremost as a place of mutual learning, when it undertakes to reform teaching, research, and the governance of academic life in accordance with the principle of mutual learning. Study, and especially academic study, always has to do with one's personal willingness to improve one's understanding of the world in cultural exchange and practical interaction with others. Cultural practices are fundamental to doing theology today because they are practices of mutual learning. To develop a theology of marriage and family from practices means to value, first of all, the cultural forms of informal learning in the life of individuals, peoples, and communities. The need to re-articulate academic knowledge around processes of mutual and cooperative learning developed first of all during the ecclesial season of Second Vatican Council. In those years, reflecting on the theological problem of a pastoral constitution, Karl Rahner noted that knowledge of the situation in which the world and the church must live is so complex that it cannot be grasped by the individual experience of even prudent and mature people. This knowledge, so the knowledge of the situation in which the world and the church find themselves, must be the subject of a very profound reflection, he wrote, of a science that proceeds with different and very elaborate methods. Therefore, this science must equip itself, first of all, in mutual exchange with numerous auxiliary service sciences, he concludes. So, for the training of pastoral workers, we would not today speak of auxiliary services, but a new interdisciplinary paradigm in which theology can also be placed. It is therefore not a question of expanding or integrating the number of sciences that could be useful for theological work. It is no longer the time to consecrate new handmaidens of theology or ancillary subjects. What we should do instead is to recognize the new and profound sensitivities that are moving the various sciences. There are attentions, concerns, there are sensations and perceptions that are stirring the spirit of researchers in the most diverse fields of knowledge. The interest in the composition of environments, for example, the interest in cooperative learning and in institutional processes. These are all examples of current interests that unite natural, human, and social sciences today. Among the sciences today, there are sources of shared passions. There are recurrent concerns that animate research and ignite the desire of scholars and researchers. So these concerns, which can be summed up, for example, in the words environment, learning, and institutive thinking, are not generic concerns, to return to the quote from Amoris Laetitia, from which we started. On the contrary, they are mobilizing concerns, concerns that can really mobilize. They are capable of bringing together unprecedented research communities. So these concerns create an assembly today. They bring together people with different functions and attitudes, calling them to a new arrangement of the we. A we that aspires to a common home, a broader, more inclusive we than the academic family or church community. So the opposite of the generic concerns then are not concrete or particular concerns. On the contrary, they are concerns capable of bringing the living beings together, concerns capable of redesigning the we. To do this, we do not need ancillary or auxiliary sciences, but we need perspectives, sensitivity that are already present in certain sciences. And I will mention just two of these sciences, and I come to my conclusions. Cultural anthropology and the so-called environmental humanities. More than any other scientific discipline, contemporary cultural anthropology has changed the way it proceeds. We do no longer study others or the understanding of cultures other than our own. We now have to study with others, studying with people rather than doing studies on them. The purpose of anthropology is therefore not ethnographic, but educational. Cultural anthropology is a field in which one learns to learn, a disciplinary field in which one does not observe others by turning them into objects, but by paying attention to them. You pay attention to the other. The anthropologist Tim Ingold states that every act of knowledge is a process of accompaniment, of guidance that consists in walking together with what one seeks to know. Anthropology, therefore, practices cultural discernment with concrete contexts of mutual learning. The other perspective is that of environmental humanities, that is the ecological humanities. In this very recent field of research, all those researchers who are interested in environing processes meet and work together. So they're interested in creating an environment. So not only natural social environment as a preset reality, which exists independently of the research of a philosopher, a physicist, or an engineer. Each study project constitutes and sets up a common environment. It creates a space of resonance, setups contexts of correspondence between people, things, and ideas. So both the practices of ecclesial discernment and environmental humanities are united by the same concern for the environment. They care about the setting up of an environment as the creation of spaces that guide the mutual protection and promotion. So according to environmental humanities, learning means pooling together the ways in which we try to become with others. Environing is not being with others, but becoming with others. This practical approach, too, cannot be indifferent to the practices of ecclesial discernment. Thank you. So we realized of the potentials of these themes that is associated to a very short sentence of Amoris Laetitia, and there are a lot of potentials that require pastoral reflection and also this injection of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary sciences, which this was the subject of the communication by Professor Rosito. So we do have time. I think we have sufficient time for a discussion. So again, we will start from a question posed by a student, Alessandro Scaccianoce. Okay, so he is at home. He speaks from home. Hello. Good morning, and thank you for all the contributions that have all been extremely interesting. My remarks, my reflection led me to ask two questions for both professors, Professor Bressan and Professor Rosito. And this is the question. My understanding is that for a long time we have thought of applying rules, attitudes to families as if there is a preset model that could be applied indistinctively to families and to those who want to build a family in a Christian context. So we do have a model that should be applied to transposed, pigeonholed, if you want, and so each family must be seen exactly in that way. So, in the light of the indications of Pope Francis, I think the time has come to learn from families a new way of being church. Instead of applying as a church standard models to families. So learning new styles of ecclesial life, welcoming people, proximity, caregiving. And this, I think, is an excellent insight. And here lies the notion of family as a subject of pastoral. Families have to have something to teach to us and to the way we are church. During the presentation of your papers, I was thinking that a possible objection could be the following, the same objections to Gaudium et Spes. In the past, the church wanted to change the world. Now we're going the opposite direction. The world has a performative function vis-à-vis the church. Isn't there a risk of secularizing the church? So the objection that was expressed against Gaudium et Spes could be applied also to this process that we are undergoing. Great care to families as a subject of pastoral, because so do we accept all the things that are family? So please, Alessandro, could you please be brief and short? Yes, that was the first question. The second question is the following. Professor Bressan said, we mustn't overburden the family of tasks, tasks that the family cannot carry out. And this is true. And I am thinking of what is required from families in terms of Christian education of children. We have seen parishes that have really given too many tasks to the families, and families are not capable of, cannot carry them out. So how can we transmit the faith through families? Thank you. Any other question from the audience here in the room, or any other remarks that you would like to make, Professor Borden? We need a microphone. Okay. I am really very happy because the two papers for Professor Luca Bressan and Professor Vincenzo Rosito, I think that they have touched upon issues that are at the core of a theological institute dedicated to family. And after the remarks by Professor Rosito, I would like to share with you some thoughts. How can we develop academic practices that may respond to the issues or the questions that both of you have raised? I think it is excellent that we theologians we can say this is a book that has not been written by a theologian, but inspired me as a theologian. And after that, we could invite those authors for a common discussion, because I'm being very realistic. The academic community is small. It must be open. So how can we do that? Professor Bressan knows the Institut Catholique of Paris very well, and so you have highlighted some things that do not work in the church today. And this made me think of a professor I had in the past, I think about 35 years ago. I'm thinking of professors such as Tenot, Chauvet. They said, okay, this book is extremely interesting. It's not a theological book, but it is important. It has a bearing on theology. Thank you. A very quick question, a question addressed to Don Luca, whom I would like to thank, together with Professor Rosito. Could we say that without commodifying things, so family and church, without commodifying family and church, considered in throughout their history, they are engaged in mutual learning? Could we say that? Family as a fundamental place of human things, and the church as an accomplishment of the proclamation of the gospel. So what is so I know that you have already spent some words on that, but which lines which features would you highlight about this mutual learning? Okay, Professor Bressan, Professor Rosito, you have the floor. Do we have 5 minutes plus 2 hours? 2 hours maybe when we break for lunch. Okay, very briefly. Family subject of pastoral must be interpreted not family should replace church. So in the past there were priests, magisterium teaching to families. Now it's the other way around. Well, we should imagine a hermeneutical center circle. You mentioned Gaudium et Spes. I invite you to read number 44, where we learn that church learns from history, from culture, not because she lacks something, because she better reads the mystery that it announces. So we need vision to understand the gift that we have, a revelation that we have, and that we could not transmit if we didn't do that. So learning from family means not only learning the good things, but also learning the hardship. And I'm a vicar to my Archbishop. So in Milan, when we talk about families, Now we have so 1,500,000 inhabitants. 40% of them live on their own. So what does it mean for families? Second, not overburden families. I think I have explained it before, but a good example for an alliance between families and church may come from from a document of the German Church of the baptism of children, so baptisms with Eucharist, without Eucharist. Now they have a third form, which is extremely interesting, in 2 steps. Baptism in 2 steps. So all the families who do not attend church, they're not church goers. An answer would be no. So why don't we have 2 steps? So I celebrate with the community, the first part, and then the second part is I give this family to the community. So that family is accompanied by other families, so that they can then celebrate during the Easter night baptism. So baptism changes completely. It is very promising, a very promising approach. Academic practices, well, I would call them synodal exercises. I think we had the same professors. And one of the excellent things that I learned about the Institut Catholique is the capacity to think together in PhD lessons. There was a fruitful exchange of opinions. When I was a student, that was the practice. And the professors that were teaching on the same course spent the last hours of the course to exchange ideas and understand. So I think this is the moment where the points of views are exchanged. What we did on Tuesday, we called people from France and Germany to understand the change, the ongoing change of the church. Then church and family implied together or involved together in learning. I was reading the press. There is an interview to the new prior of the Bose community, and I was when I was preparing my speech, and I was working as Cardinal Martini imagined the future of the church. Integrierte Gemeinde, which was dissolved by Cardinal Max with the same motivations why, the same reasons why an action on Bose was taken. So I think that the church, because of the principles of Lumen Gentium, must question itself and asks why relationships change. So we need to understand what is not working, and at the same time, we need to find new forms of expressing the we. Very briefly, Alessandro's question was focused on a central passage that is over-recurring, relationship between the world and the church, and Gaudium et Spes was mentioned. Gaudium et Spes, in the very beginning, offers not only a new approach, but also the joys, the hopes of men today, of the poor in particular, are the same joys and troubles of Christ's disciples. We have often discussed about what is not just the introduction of the document, but it's a summary of that document, an approach to the relationship between church and the world. We have done in a very humanistic way. So we transposed, in the light of this introduction, a humanistic principle. Nothing that is human is foreign to me. I think that the issue today is how to read that introduction in an educational approach, in an anthropological approach. So the way he was presenting cultural anthropology, it's not a discipline that studies others as a subject of study, but it's a learning together. In Gaudium et Spes 1, we still find resources of an untapped thinking that is not exhausted. It calls for alliances, brotherhoods, alliances that may be foreign, may be odd, not only with other disciplines, but with disciplines that have developed more than the disciplines we're familiar with, a new approach, a new sensitivity. I made the example of cultural anthropology, environmental humanities, but there are others, legal institutionalism, and even others in other fields. I think that today it is a question of flair, of understanding, because being inspired by Gaudium et Spes 1 means not only to pull together different disciplines, and so composing a new ratio studiorum, looking at pieces, the various styles, less philosophy, more of other sciences, but through challenge is acting in a cross-disciplinary way. Transdisciplinarity is the true challenge because it is an anthropological challenge. What happens to a person when he exchanges opinions with other fields, academic practices, the last question that was made? I would say that the whole of the academia, so not just pontifical universities or Catholic universities today, are called upon to found or refound the statute of academic studies, of revisit them. What do we mean by academic studies? What do we mean when we say study at university? I think that we have separated that word for a long time from all the other cultural and social ways of learning. So what is the relationship between academic study with the different ways of learning, of transmitting knowledge, of heritage at family, social level, cultural level? So this is not new, however. Allow me to link these issues with some practices of the 60s and 70s. And we realize that there are two categories that cannot be separated, students and workers, manual workers. Those two realities, the world of students and the world of workers, are two categories that cannot be separated because both of them study, they learn something. If there is an important heritage that of course, also in Italy had its own revival, is this insight. So to rewrite the epistemological statute of academic study is a task that we need to carry out, but in certain circles it hasn't been developed enough and studied enough by theology, but it is a very topical issue that has been discussed in the past 50 years. Just a couple of remarks. Well, think of the beginning of Gaudium et Spes. Joys and hopes are also the joys and hopes of the Church. Think of the title of the Ecclesial Council of the Italian Church, Testimonies of the Resurrection and Hope for the World. So these are important issues. We are the response to this answer, and so I don't think it's a question of secularism. It is a question of charism. We have to close this morning's session. It has been very intense. It has been a very interesting exercise of clear-mindedness. So we have analyzed the category, the notion of discernment, and have imbued it with different approaches. I think this is the very important fruit of our work. I would like to thank the colleagues and friends who wanted to share their knowledge with us. And again, during the afternoon, I see many speakers. Professor Simeone, thank you so much. We will have reports by Professor Routier online because he's in Canada, and then discussant will be Professor Pagazzi. Then we have the paper by Professor Schieri and Augello, with discussant is Professor Chiodi, and then the paper by Professor Simeone, and discussant will be Professor Palladino. Very intense, but my task finishes this morning, and so I give the steering of the vessel to the Professor Sola. Thank you so much. But we do have some announcements. Students can stay here to have an exchange of opinion with our dean after this morning session. Thank you again, Valeria. So Carrefour for students, exchange for students. We have this moment of exchange here, not here in this room, but in the new students' room here, second floor, to try and not to become civil servants, but we want to try to create new environments. All of the discussants and speakers can participate, of course, and then we will reconvene in the afternoon. Thank you. 3 o'clock.
Recording in progress.
Possiamo quasi già essere pronti?
Are we ready to start? We are 1 minute late.
I think we're almost.
We can resume the afternoon session, which was on the development of family pastoral. So this morning, we have seen the strong connection between theology and pastoral. So theology must be pastoral. This seems to be very clear. And another thing is how we live pastoral. So there has been the great change.
Nella mattina e adesso interviene sulla ecclesiologia.
So we can now start discussing these various issues. I would like to very warmly thank the rapporteurs. So we can now start the second part of this conference. We now have our first rapporteur. We shall be discussing Christian community and discernment in a pastoral dimension. Professor Routier from the Laval University will be delivering this presentation. He earned a PhD from the Sorbonne, and he has mainly focused on the Second Vatican Council, its history and reception. The professor is connected remotely, will be participating remotely, and he will be speaking in French. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Following the two assemblies of the Synod of Bishops devoted to family, many people were waiting for a magisterial word that would put an end to certain debates and discussions, especially the discussion on the care of remarried divorcees. The hope was that the exhortation would finally provide clear directives, sure norms that would take us out of hesitations and discussions, or that the Holy Father enacted precise legislation. Instead, the apostolic exhortation has come, and it is more of an invitation to open up paths of discernment and reconciliations. And all this, just for that? Is that all? Said some commentators. And so, against all expectations, the apostolic exhortation disappointed all parties. I believe, however, that this text, which certainly does not fulfill expectations, and which has was met with a mixed reception, and even opposition, is of great significance because by not meeting expectations, the Pope is shifting the debate. Amoris Laetitia therefore shifts the debate, on the one hand, at the ecclesiological level, continuing the refocusing that Francis has undertaken since the beginning of his pontificate on the question of the exercise of the magisterium of the Bishop of Rome, on the sensus fidei fidelium, and on synodality. So the exhortation shifts the debate once again by emphasizing a process, discernment, which seems to replace legislation. I would like to address these two issues in turn by situating the apostolic exhortation Amoris Laetitia within the entire pontificate of Pope Francis, starting from the programmatic text that Evangelii Gaudium represents. So my first point concerns the people of God as ecclesiological horizon. So on the ecclesiological level, the exhortation not only changes the understanding of many about the role of the Pope and his magisterium in the Church, but also changes the understanding of the institution of the Synod of Bishops. So the exercise of primacy. I believe that what most enrages the detractors of the exhortation and disappoints those who hoped for a reversal of the known norms is not the doctrine affirmed in Amoris Laetitia, whose doctrinal orthodoxy is difficult for its opponents to dispute. What baffles some is the Pope's assertive refusal to regulate matters solely on the basis of norms and rules, doctrinal statements and legislation. Already in number 2, he discourages those who think they can solve everything by applying general rules, affirming that not all discussions of doctrinal, moral, or pastoral issues need to be settled by interventions of the magisterium. And he concluded, taking up the same idea, stating that if we consider the immense variety of concrete situations, such as those I have mentioned, it is understandable that neither the syndom nor this exhortation could be expected to provide a new set of general rules, canonical in nature and applicable to all cases. What is possible is simply a renewed encouragement to undertake responsible personal and pastoral discernment of particular cases. So, this word has been pronounced, discernment. The exhortation, if it does not favor the path of norms, legislation, and magisterial teaching, it does not it does not leave the Church without resources and does not favor a wait-and-see approach. Again, in the introduction, it proposes discernment as a way forward, and I quote, "Finally, I will offer an invitation to mercy and the pastoral discernment of those situations that fall short of what the Lord demands of us." Not only does he reframe expectations and indicate what he will not do and the path he will not follow, but he also determines the magisterial function, defining its boundaries and at the same time reclassifying the properly pastoral function of discernment. He brings forward and implements what he announced already in Evangelii Gaudium, in which Francis, taking up a statement of Paul VI, declared that, and I'm quoting, "In the face of such widely varying situations, it is difficult for us to utter a unified message and put forward a solution which has universal validity. Such is not our ambition, nor is it our mission. It is up to the Christian communities to analyze with objectivity the situation which is proper to their own country." Paul VI did not use the word discernment, but he didn't recognize the capacity of Christian communities to analyze the situations in their countries and to draw from this analysis ways of action. Francis does not depart from that when he says, and I'm quoting, "It is not the task of the Pope to offer a detailed and complete analysis of contemporary reality, but I do exhort all the communities to an ever-watchful scrutiny of the signs of the times." Evangelii Gaudium 51. The question of discernment cannot be raised if the pontifical word has already decided everything. The reframing of the magisterial function is a prerequisite for the study of the question of discernment, which requires that the Church, as the people of God, be allowed to reflect, to speak, and to discern. It would be useful here, for the sake of completeness, to address the question of the sensum fidelium in Francis' magisterium from his first audience through Evangelii Gaudium to Amoris Laetitia. I will not do that because this will be outside my remit. This reframing also involves an ecclesiology of the people of God, with the Pope situated in and at the head of these people in the College of Bishops, of which he is the head, and in the synodality of the whole Church. In fact, he wants priests and bishops to be pastors with the smell of the sheep, grounded in the situation of the flock and fishers of men, as Cardinal Marc Oyer, President of the Commission on Latin America, wrote on the 19th of March 2016. To evoke the faithful, holy people of God is to evoke the horizon to which we are called to look and reflect. Rethinking the synodal institution in the synodality of the whole Church. This is the reframing of the pontifical teaching leads us to rethinking the synodal institution itself. We know the main interventions of Francis on this question. I will not dwell on that. And above all, we know his latest initiative, the Synod on Synodality. In its spirit, not only is the Synod of Bishops preceded by a process that engages the whole Church, but this process does not end with the final word of the Pope, who would close the synodal discussion with an apostolic exhortation that would offer solutions to disputed questions, to vexate questiones, which will no longer be disputed question, as Pius XII had suggested, with regard to encyclicals on disputed questions. Thus, as Francis points out in an appunto shared with Civiltà Cattolica on the question of viri probati, a question left open and apparently unresolved in the apostolic exhortation Querida Amazonia, discernment continues well beyond the synod. I like to think that, in a certain sense, the synod is not over. This time of welcoming the whole process, any process that we have experienced, challenges us to keep on walking together and to put in practice this experience. So it is not simply a matter of reading the apostolic exhortation, conceived as a final and indefinite word, but to keep on walking together, thus putting into practice the process and the experience of the synod. As Father Spadaro wrote, the synod is a place of discernment in which proposals emerge. The pontifical magisterium that emerges with the apostolic exhortations is about listening to proposals, but also about discerning the spirit that expresses them beyond any media pressure or referendum majorities. It also, he concludes by saying that if this discernment process were enough or sufficient, the Pope simply would not deny the validity of the proposals. But he asks, the Pope asks to move ahead in discernment and he leaves the discussion open. Thus, the apostolic exhortation does not close the debate, it does not address all the questions, because Amoris Laetitia number 2, the complexity of the issues that arose revealed the need for continued open discussion of a number of doctrinal, moral, spiritual, and pastoral questions. The institution of the Synod of Bishops is therefore situated in the Church as people of God. The Synod has upstream the participation of the faithful and downstream the participation of the faithful, but the continuing discernment undertaken during the Synodal Assembly. So the upstream and downstream phases represent processes of discernment. What is at stake, however, is not a discussion where each one sharpens their weapons to crush the opponent, but it is above all a question of pursuing discernment. My second point concerns how to enter a discernment process. If the apostolic exhortation has left the discussion open and has invited to further pursue discernment on questions that cannot be settled by general rules or universal doctrinal teachings, well, all this leads to a requalification of discernment of the whole ecclesial body. It also implies the implementation of discernment processes. In the sequence of two propositions, number 300 of the Apostolic Exhortation, after barring the way to a normative or legislative approach, the Pope traces a path, a process of discernment. And I would like to quote him: "If we consider the immense variety of concrete situations, such as those I have mentioned, it is understandable that neither the Synod nor this exhortation could be expected to provide a new set of general rules, canonical in nature and applicable to all cases. What is possible is simply a renewed encouragement to undertake a responsible personal and personal discernment of particular cases, one which would recognize that since the degree of responsibility is not equal in all cases, the consequences or effects of a rule need not necessarily always be the same." End quote. The term process was used 24 times in the Apostolic Exhortation Evangelii Gaudium, processes of inculturation, evangelization, and so on. The concept is at the heart, with 9 occurrences, of section 3, which includes 20 numbers, 20 paragraphs, and it is devoted to common good and social peace. If this section, which deals with the building of a people, applies to societies, it also applies us to the Church, the people of God. These processes require time and participation, so they must be carried out in a long term, not in a short term, in emergency situations, and it requires participation. That is how we become a people. Again, I would like to quote the Holy Father, Evangelii Gaudium 223. This principle enables us to work without being obsessed with immediate results. It helps us patiently to endure difficult and adverse situations or inevitable changes in our plans. One of the faults which we occasionally observe in socio-political activities is that spaces and power are preferred to time and processes. Giving priority to space means madly attempting to keep everything together in the present, trying to possess all the spaces of power and of self-assertion. It is to crystallize processes and to presume to hold them back. Giving priority to time means being concerned about initiating processes rather than possessing spaces. Time governs spaces, illumines them, and makes them links in a constantly expanding chain with no possibility of return. What we need then is to give priority to actions which generate new processes in society and engage other persons and groups who can develop them to the point where they bear fruit in significant historical events, without anxiety, but with clear convictions and tenacity. This conviction of Francis, that it is necessary to privilege long-term processes of discernment rather than possessing spaces of power, so the magisterial world that affirms and closes discussion, is not without its worries. However, the Pope, who emphasizes the synodality of the Church and makes the synodal process a melting pot and matrix for the construction of the Church, is convinced that only these processes allow Christians to become a people. And I'm quoting again Evangelii Gaudium, yet becoming a people demands something more. It is an ongoing process in which every new generation must take part, a slow and arduous effort calling for a desire for integration and a willingness to achieve this through the growth of a peaceful and multifaceted culture of encounter, recognizing that the people of God, in the diversity of their functions, conditions, are subjects of action and initiative. He allows them to be subjects of action and to initiate processes of discernment. This is present in Evangelii Gaudium when the Pope states that each Christian and every community must discern the path that the Lord points out, but all of us are asked to obey his call to go forth from our own comfort zone in order to reach all the peripheries. So each Christian and each community is called to discernment, a process that is fundamentally communal or ecclesial and not a private activity or an individual approach. Thus, also local churches that he establishes as the subject of discernment, and I'm quoting Evangelii Gaudium, to make this missionary impulse ever more focused, generous and fruitful, I encourage each particular church to undertake a resolute process of discernment, purification and reform. On reading various writings of Francis, we see that this discernment left to local churches concerns paths of evangelization, calls to conversion, but also actions to be undertaken to accompany couples and families, as he indicates in Amoris Laetitia, number 207. And I quote, "There are a number of legitimate ways to structure programs of marriage preparation, and each local church will discern how best to provide a suitable formation without distancing young people from the sacrament." If the community or church is the place of discernment, the activity of all the members of the holy people must be valued, from the bishops to the last of the lay faithful. This is what Francis proposes in his apostolic exhortation, when he recognizes the capacity of all the lay faithful to discern, in a sense of sensus fidei fidelium, to which he attaches such importance as we have seen. So there is not only one authority in the church, that of the magisterium, the lawmaker. There is the word of God, first of all, to which the first chapter is devoted. Then there is conscience, which is much emphasized. And there is no clash between a teaching church that would be and a learning church. So teaching church that would be the depository of norms, and a learning church that would be confronted with concrete situations. In the figure of the church that he constructs throughout his exhortation, he does not isolate one subject, pastors or lay faithful. He's always concerned to present the cooperation between various subjects, in particular by articulating the action of the pastors and that of the laity. In an interview with Civiltà Cattolica, he said that sentire cum ecclesia, for me, is to be in the midst of people. Infallibilitas in credendo, he adds, is the experience of the church as the people of God, pastors and people all together. This conspiratio of pastors and all the faithful in the church is not easy to achieve, however. In Amoris Laetitia, he firstly observes the difficulty pastors have in trusting the faithful, trusting their judgment and discernment. And I quote, "We also find it hard to make room for the consciences of the faithful, who very often respond as best as they can to the gospel amid their limitations, and are capable of carrying out their own discernment in complex situations. We have been called to form consciences, not to pretend to replace them." So he warns against the tendency to empower pastors, to make them to rely on themselves, but at the same time, he champions cooperation between pastors and lay faithful. This passage can be enlightened by what Pope Francis said to the Polish Jesuits in 2016. He invited to form seminarians in discernment, and I quote him, "Some priestly formation programs, priestly education programs, run the risk of educating in the light of ideas that are too clear and distinct, and therefore of acting within limits and criteria that are rigidly defined a priori and independently of concrete situations. The seminarians find it hard to accompany the lives of so many young people and adults, because many may ask, can we do that? can't we? And many people are disappointed when they leave the confessional, not because the priest is bad, but because the priest does not have the capacity to discern situations, to accompany them in authentic discernment. He has not had the necessary training. He did not receive the necessary training for discernment. Today, the Church needs to grow in discernment, in the ability to discern. And especially priests need it for their ministry. I repeat, you must teach this, especially to priests, helping them in the light of the exercises on abiding by the law. And this is an important task for a society. We need to train future priests, but we must not train them in general and abstract ideas with a clear and distinct, but in this fine discernment of minds, of spirits, so that they can help people in their concrete lives. In this process, we must find discernment or the search of God's will, the conspiratio between pastors and lay faithful. On several occasions, drawing on the teaching of Gaudium et Spes, Francis returns to respect for the conscience of the faithful and the capacity of couples to discern. And I quote him, "What the Second Vatican Council clearly expressed is still valid. The couple will make decisions by common counsel and effort. Let them thoughtfully take into account both their own welfare and their own children, those already born and those which the future may bring. For this accounting, they need to reckon with both the material and spiritual condition of the times, as well as of the state in life. And finally, they should consult the interests of temporal society and of the Church herself. The parents themselves should ultimately make this judgment in the sight of God. The appeal to authority of conscience clearly involves the formation of conscience, which presupposes the cooperation of pastors and faithful in the process of discernment that is undertaken." Quote. So the development of an enlightened conscience formed and guided by responsible and serious discernment of one's pastors must be encouraged. So there is a conspiratio between laity and pastors, which is also in line with the ecclesiology of Second Vatican Council. And Amoris Laetitia 300 stated, priests have the duty to accompany the divorced and remarried in helping them to understand the situation according to the teaching of the Church and guidelines of the bishop. This cooperation is recalled in number 297 of Amoris Laetitia. It is up to the divorced and remarried couple to carry out discernment and to suggest on his or her own initiative the proper way, in accordance with the discernment of the pastor, the way in which he or she intends to participate in the life of the Church. So we have pastors and lay faithful. Conclusion. In his letter to Stephen Walford, the Pope reminded us that the exhortation is a whole and it must be read in its entirety if it is to be understood. He recommended this integral reading because there is a development both in theological thinking and in the way in which problems are addressed. The exhortation implies theological reflection and a method as how to reflect. We have highlighted the articulation between chapter 1 on the Word of God and chapter number 2 on individual situations. And I would like to make a small digression. What does it mean with Word of God? In number 22 of the exhortation, it is stated that the Word of God is not a sequence of abstract theses, but rather as a source of comfort and companionship for every family that experiences difficult or suffering. Further indications are given in number 58 and 59, which include 4 references to Evangelii Gaudium. These indications, which constitute the introduction and the beginning of the 3rd chapter, are crucial. For Francis, the kerygma, the Word of God, it expresses the saving love of God, and this is mercy. the Word of God understood at its center, the kerygma, mercy, and concrete situations, chapter 2, are two key elements for discernment. It is a way not only of constructing the exhortation, it is also a method for conducting theological reflection, as well as a modus procedendi for pastoral discernment. The whole exhortation can be reread from this point, with emphasis on mercy, on grace, on human weakness, on progressiveness in moral life, on the relationship between the ideal and the concrete capacities in situations, on the desire to integrate into the church and not to exclude. It is not a question of adapting the gospel to situations by making compromises. It is a question of announcing the gospel in concrete situations. And here we could draw on another aspect of the exhortation and of discernment: concrete situation, realities, contexts, the relationship between the abstract, what is abstract and what is universal, and what is particular, contextual, and concrete is then constructed. This is how we can perceive different shades of grey, because the gospel of mercy and grace is always read in a context where there is a singular individual, a sinner, called to progress and to be integrated into the holy church of sinners. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor. A new ecclesiology of the people of God. And now we have a response by Professor Giovanni Cesare Pagazzi, who is the discussant. Professor, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much for having entrusted me with this task. I would like to thank Professor Routier for his fascinating report. There's only one aspect that I would like to dwell on, which was repeatedly mentioned by Professor Routier. This is an element which is of great importance also because the magisterium of Francis insists on it. I'm referring to terms such as journey, process, dynamic, synodality. All these words make reference to a movement, and in particular that typical human movement, which is that of walking upright together. I would like to mention the originally gestural density of these actions, also to refer to the point which was repeatedly made this morning, the need to never lose sight of the underlying anthropological content of any proclamation we might make. Now, synod means to walk together. It means a common walk or journey. Rightly, what is being stressed here is the community aspect of the movement, but perhaps what we are forgetting is that in order to walk together, first you need to learn how to walk. This is one of the most expressive gestures of man's humanity, of his spirit, and we have learned this in our original home. It is easy. It is quite easy to see that children start walking fairly early, at the age of 1.5. But these first steps are the outcome of an intense and complex process. It starts by sparking a sense of trust. For an adult, it is taken for granted that tomorrow the sun will rise, the walking step by step, the ground will continue to support the body and not collapse underfoot. These things are expected by grown-ups, but it is not so for the newborn baby. His trust grows and develops thanks to experiences that repeatedly show him that there are reliable people and things, such as his mother, who arrives every time he cries, the toys that are always found in their place, the floor that shows its solidity as the baby is crawling on it. If, when called, mum arrives, the child gets used to her coming and imagines her as being reliable. She can expect or he can expect his or her mother to come. The mother is reliable. After having crawled on the floor several times, the baby understands that the ground is safe, it is solid, it can support him. Having gained confidence in objects, toys, the floor, the objects in his house, the child, by holding on to a support, stands up. And this position already is a miracle. It is exclusive to man. Thanks to this upright position, reality can be seen from a unique perspective. The hands are freed and released from the need to provide support to the body, so that the hands can now be used in the world of affection and culture. Without the upright position, we will not be able to fondle, to write, to cook, to build a table, to count on our figures, to heal. We have become men and women because, trusting in our feet and the earth that supports them, we have freed our hands. So keeping our feet on the ground, this is one of the necessary conditions if we are to inflame our soul and if we are to walk. We always talk about our head, our heart, our eyes, ears, and hands. Well, their story would be very different if they were not supported by our feet. If we are to walk together, the church should first and foremost look at its feet, a reality which is usually overlooked and forgotten in the name of the high and noble levels of life, even ecclesial life. And this is the first question I would like to ask at this point. Who and what are the feet of the church? We should watch where we put our feet if we are to avoid falls, bruises, and fractures. To stand upright is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for walking. As a matter of fact, you can stand upright, but still remain motionless. The child who stands up, grasping the legs of a table or the corner of a sofa, falls at the first attempt to take a step on his own. In order to take his first steps standing up, he has to stay firmly on the ground and raise his hands upwards, so that by holding him by the hand, his mother and father can help him balance, can encourage him. It is one of the most touching scenes that you can see in a lifetime. A man or a woman who, with their hands in the hands of their child, allow him or her to walk as they themselves walk in turn right next to him. It is a gesture so intense that God himself appropriates it when speaking of himself. I myself taught Ephraim to walk, says the Lord. I myself took them by the arm. So we began to walk by walking together, keeping our feet on the ground, our arms and hands up as if in prayer, calling for help, stretching our bodies like Jacob's ladder stretched between the world and God. The child begins to walk not by curling up or folding, but rather by stretching himself to his full height, holding out his hand to the tall figures of his father and mother. Being caught from above is the original meaning of the word surprise, taken from above. Letting oneself be surprised was and is the necessary condition for walking. The church learns how to walk to the extent that she's willing to let herself be surprised, also from an unthought of or unimagined reality and position. Amongst the most difficult things for a toddler is to look ahead when he takes his first few steps. Indeed, it is very tempting to fix one's gaze on the ground, to focus on the square meter where one's feet are resting securely. The advantage of this is that the toddler will not stumble, but the risk is that the toddler will not move, or move too slowly, or move without agility and grace, or hit his head against a taller, sharp obstacle. Well careful and trained, the feet know how and where to move. They don't need to be constantly checked. One honors their task and their lofty dignity by looking ahead. In this way, the body will move altogether. The trouble is that the power to move and therefore to walk and work together can be lost. An illness transforms a gesture, which was previously easy and light, into something tiring or almost impossible. This is true for serious diseases, but also it is true for less serious illnesses, which make us temporarily bedridden. Certain types of depression also weaken the power to move. By weakening the emotions, motivation is inhibited. We are demotivated and we do not move. So too does advancing age. It limits the fluidity of movement. Paradoxically, loss of movement can result from certain movements. Repeatedly assuming the wrong posture creates an incorrect motor and gestural habit that reduces flexibility and agility. It is similar to what is traditionally called a vice, that is to say, a lack, a deficit. Essentially, a vice is a lack of movement due to the repetition of a wrong movement. Every vice has a strong obsessive component. Something is admired so exclusively that the observer's gaze becomes fixated. He becomes fixated, obsessed, unable to move in other directions. Even a certain way of proclaiming the gospel, a pastoral habit, is exposed to the risk of fixations, which reduce its elasticity. Pastorally, too, we can become fixated, like the motionless images of idols. They have feet and they cannot walk. Similarly, we can lose a movement because we might be overweight. A voracity, which is typical of gluttons, not gourmets, make the body, including that of the church, unnecessarily heavy, fatigued, overweighted, forcing it to be slow, inelegant, lacking in grace. There is a remedy to the loss of movement, and that is physiotherapy, rehabilitation, also in the form of diet. A rehabilitation process is something very complex and very delicate. It is sometimes a very lengthy process, so it makes no sense to procrastinate, to constantly put it off. And this journey, this process can only begin when there is a mutual trust between the health worker, the physiotherapist, and the patient. Without hope in the patient's recovery, no physiotherapist would treat the patient. Without the premonition of success, without a positive perception of the skill of the rehabilitator, the patient would not tolerate any treatment. The hope of success triggers the other necessary condition for a good rehabilitation process, the willingness to make an effort. There is an interesting mystery in the experience of effort. On the one hand, the more a movement requires an effort, the more unpleasant it is for those who perform it and for those who watch it. On the other, precisely because the effort is repeated, the gesture acquires ease and grace. How much effort goes into learning a dance step, and how much this movement, probably because it is forced, appears to be wooden, awkward, ungainly. However, if the dancer agrees to submit repeatedly to this effort, if the movement is repeated, then this movement will become light because it will no longer cost him an effort. So the willingness to make an effort is a necessary condition for achieving effortless, agile, beautiful, graceful movements. Moving more, eating less does require an effort for anyone, including the church, but the result is limberness, grace. To speak of discernment as a common path, as a process, as a dynamic movement, is evangelical, and therefore it is something necessary and promising for the church. But to speak of movement in itself without giving due consideration to the hard work required to learn a motor gesture, such as walking, or to recover it once lost, risks presenting discernment itself again as a general, universal, and abstract norm. By working together, we can learn and learn again. So what are the first physiotherapy exercises that you would recommend? Thank you. So already in this rejoinder, we have some questions. So we shall also have questions addressed by the students. We have a Canadian student who is going to ask a question. So it's a question and answer amongst the Canadians.
Puoi avere la voce, sì. Sì, no, sì, abbiamo i mezzi alla fine risolvono tutto.
Bien que Canadien.
I am going to make an effort to speak in French for the benefit of Professor Laetitia. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for the work you have conducted on Amoris and Laetitia and this synodal path which is opening up everywhere in the church. You have expressed our great need for training, for formation. We need to be trained and formed in a new way in order to work together. A new approach which is based on discernment. We need to practice discernment with families, with couples. So from Amoris Laetitia, it emerges very clearly how important discernment is. And in the discussants' comments, we have heard how important it is to work together. So we do have this need for formation and training, but it is also true that we cannot be satisfied with the traditional methods. You have stressed that we need to no longer have this opposition between a church which teaches and a church which learns. What we want to have is a synodal church whose capacity to discern grows with couples, with families, but also in a common discernment which makes it possible to listen to each other and to listen what the Spirit is asking us to be at this particular point in time in the history of the church. So in your opinion, in your experience as a trainer, as an educator in the field of pastoral care, how can we renew training? How can we renew formation in such a way as to have better discernment in our synodal church? And what are some practical suggestions that you can give us? What new style could be used? What kind of a new method could be used and adopted so as to improve in our capacity to discern in providing pastoral care? Well, thank you very much, Professor Pagazzi, first and foremost. I very much appreciated his comments. I think he has really made a very good point. You're quite right. It's a question of learning how to walk, how to regain movement. And let me now come to the other question that was asked. If physiotherapy is a possible approach, then we need to relearn how to move, how to walk. It's a very progressive, a very slow process. So formation tells us that this is what we need to do, and there is a description of what we need to do. But learning to discern means receiving an education methodology which is homogeneous and in line with the results that we want to achieve. So at least as far as I can see, as far as I can understand from the exhortation, this is very much in line with what Professor Pagazzi was saying. We need to look at the ground, but we cannot become fixated with the ground, with where our feet are. We also need to raise our arms upward. We cannot fix our gaze on the ground, otherwise we shall only reproduce the situation where we find ourselves, which will become frozen, and we shall never be able to make a progress. But if both elements are present, we shall already have some good progress. And then a third element, to allow ourselves to be surprised, to allow ourselves to be caught by surprise. So in providing education and training, this is what we need to do. We must focus on the Word of God at its very heart, the character of mercy, and there is a lot of hard work to be done in this area. And then, just as importantly, there is another action, that is to say, reading situations correctly, because we are theologians. We are well trained to do this. Exegesis taught us how to learn texts, but not reality necessarily. And if I go back to Gaudium et Spes, writing was enthroned, the scripture, was enthroned in the council every day, but two books would be read simultaneously, the scripture and the situations. So a nexus, a relationship will be built between the two, the scriptures and reality, situations. And this is where the surprise comes. Pope Francis says that scripture is our traveling companion, and the scriptures will surprise us. This is the unexpected element, and therefore we shall be able to look both downward towards our feet, but also we shall be able to raise our gaze to the sky. The most difficult thing is the search for the will of God, listening to what the Spirit is telling us. Because also in our synodal path, we want to constantly put forward our solutions. So what is really more difficult is to engage in listening, in reading. So we need to learn how to walk, but it is also important to learn how to read the scripture authentically, and also to read situations. But also we need to understand how a situation can help us to understand as never before scriptures. And scriptures can help us understand situations which we had not been able to understand before. So in Evangelica Gaudium and in the address of Pope Francis to the Gregorian University, I can't remember what year, but anyway, there is this formative proposal which is very present under this Pope. Thank you. If there are additional questions, let's have two questions because we don't have a lot of time.
Grazie mille per...
So thank you very much for these reflections. When Professor Pagazzi spoke, I remembered something that John Paul II said. Our life is a long journey, he said, and in order to walk together as a people, as a church, we must first find some comfortable shoes. So these shoes should be comfortable, but also casual and elegant. So how can we explain to the contemporary world that it is not possible to work faster because there is a tradition? And also, how can we explain to the modern world that this is a necessary tradition for our journey? Well, just a few comments to add something to the wonderful dialogue between Professor Ruti and Professor Pagazzi. In Amoris Laetitia, we have synodality, the experience of the Synod of the Bishops, but there is one element I would like to add to the movement which was described by Professor Routier, and it is also a question that I am addressing. In other words, conflict, tension. In his very in-depth analysis, Pope Francis expressed the belief that the discernment of the Spirit occurs in recognizing tensions, avoiding to remove them or to deny them. In my experience, after the 2015 synod, the Bishops' Synod on the Family, I can tell you that there were some difficult moments. Bishops were not all in agreement. Nor did they necessarily agree with the lay representatives. So I think that conflict, however, represents an opportunity, because it is precisely in the midst of conflicts that we need to search for the Word of God. We need to constantly reread the Word of God, and we need to constantly re-accept it. So this wonderful parable concerning movement given to us by Professor Pagazzi, I think is very helpful. And I can help that we are once again setting into motion. We are beginning to move again towards the Word of God. And it is precisely at the time of conflict that we can welcome once again the Word of God. That's my feeling. Okay, let's now give the floor to Professor Routier. Yes, just a couple of minutes. Let me thank you, Philippe. Indeed, it is very important not to have too positive or rosy a picture, because we must necessarily consider that working together is difficult. If we work together, there are going to be conflicts. And speaking of the current synodal process, I always say, don't invite just people who have the same opinions as yourselves, because that's pointless. You might just as well speak in front of a mirror and hear yourself speak. So then to select speakers, or then invite to speak only those who have the same opinions, only those who are in agreement with you. It is essential in today's world to open the way to conflicts and to divergences, because otherwise this would lead us to a dead end. So the dimension of conflict is always to be integrated. Okay, I will stop here. All right, a very quick comment to respond to the first question. Probably this is the theme of the next conference, which will focus on Amoris Laetitia. That is to say, tradition which we interpret as a heritage. Heritage is something which is which favors anyone who receives it, but can also represent a load, a weight. It's a promotion, it's a wealth, but it can also be a block. And the mistake may be, the error may have been made by those who leave this legacy and those who receive it. And speaking of conflict, I am in agreement with the Dean. And what came to my mind is this great vision, Ezekiel 37, where the Holy Spirit is invoked by the four winds, north, east, south, and west, which means that the Holy Spirit is a type of wind which can bring the cold from the north, the warmth from the south, it can bring drought, it can bring water. So we must be very cautious when we speak of the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit can favor and promote what we bring to the church, what we bring to the synodal discussion. But we must exercise great care. We must be very cautious, because the Holy Spirit can also bring something which is totally opposite to what we are bearing, to what we are bringing. So this is the problem. This is the situation we have in the church. Sometimes we think that synodality means for the Holy Spirit to only bring one thing. Not at all. Sometimes the Holy Spirit brings something completely different from what you are doing, from what you're bringing. So to reconcile these two things is the great challenge. So thank you very much for your presentations. And now we have to I have to ask other rapporteurs to join me. Filippo Aschieri is connected online, but I would like to ask Ms. Cristina Augello to join me here. She's one of the two rapporteurs for the next presentation. And I would also like to ask the discussant, Professor Chiodi, to join me here. So we are going to address the theme of crisis. We have discussed conflict and crisis in our Q&A, but today we shall discuss how faced with a crisis we need to be present without denying problems, the practice of discernment in the difficult time of trial.
Hanno preparato insieme il professore Filippo Aschieri, che è professore associato.
Professor Aschieri prepared this. He is from the University of the Sacred Heart, and he is a member of the Therapeutic Assessment Board of the Institute, and is flanked by Professor Cristina Augello, who is here with us today. She's present in person. She is a member of the European Center for Therapeutic Assessment. She is a teacher at the Department of Psychology, and she has also taught at the High School of Psychology. And now I'd like to give the floor. I know you will be speaking, and Filippo Aschieri is also connected online.
Cristina, may I just say something? I don't know if you can listen to me. Yes, we can. Good morning. Good afternoon. Lupus in fabula. We were talking about the places of the Holy Spirit and the difference. Ours is a difference because we are psychologists, although we have heard many familiar words for psychologists. But our contribution will be based on psychology and the contribution of therapeutic assessment to support couples in crisis. And so I'm very curious to know what will come out of these so-called conflict between difficult approaches. They were different, but on the same issue. And of course, thank you for your invitation. So I will start with this presentation. It is accompanied by some slides. And this is also a difference. As psychologists, we know joy that is expressed by people when they form a couple. As psychologists and priests, we also know that family histories are marked by crises of all kinds. And today we will focus on the aspects of crisis, but keeping as a background the joy and serenity that they live. It is a sort of light that we're all heading to. In Amoris Laetitia, several events are described. There are common crises that happen in all couples. For instance, at the beginning, where differences have to be reconciled, or the challenge that is caused by the birth of a child. And then there are unexpected crises that affect daily life. And so the spouses have to renegotiate a new balance, negotiate a new family balance, diagnosis of illness, or discovery of an affair. In all cases, these are difficult situations which stir up fears, feelings of guilt, and individual trouble, altering sometimes dramatically the balance previously achieved. When the union between partners is put to the test by the threat of internal or external factors, generally there are three scenarios that open up. The first reaction to crisis is to resist. So do we deny problems? We become defensive. If you don't see it, your heart doesn't suffer. So the psychopathology can help plays a role in this concealment of the crisis. The second reaction is the decision to break up. Why should I fight for something that does not give any joy? Given the amount of obstacles and setbacks that we are faced with on a daily basis, it is difficult to believe that a marriage can last in this way. In fact, although over time it has taken on an exclusively negative connotation, the term crisis carries within it a much more complex meaning, which, if understood authentically, enables couples to look at moments of upheaval with new and more confident eyes. Consistently with its etymology, the word crisis refers to choice, a moment of reflection, evaluation, discernment that can turn into an opportunity for improvement and rebirth. Adopting this new reading key, the third scenario that opens up for couples sees partners jointly engaged in a work of deep understanding of the crisis so that it can be lived through, resolved, and placed within a new horizon of meaning in the family history. This effort, which is difficult and onerous, becomes even more problematic when partners pour into the couple the residues of personal issues that have never been settled before. At Catholic University, different actions have been identified to support couples, both by way of prevention and but also to help the couple. So enrichment of the couple, group discussions in case of illness, and the common feature is to adopt the symbolic relational moment that has had the advantage of identifying the couple as a place where the differences of the family of origins is highlighted. At the Universidad Católica since 2010, with the support of Eugenia Scabini, who was dean at the Faculty of Psychology, the European Centre for Therapeutic Assessment was set up, and it is a reference centre for couples in crisis, both Italian and foreign couples. Stephen Finn was the inventor of therapeutic assessment, and starting from the 90s of the last centuries, he has synthesized the contributions of humanistic psychodynamic contributions and has developed this model of therapeutic assessment. It is a short itinerary that can be adapted to various situations by meeting families, couples, families with children. So those who are interested can read recent publications describing the model in much more in-depth than what I can do now. In this presentation, we will focus on the action taken within therapeutic assessment. So we work with couples, we support them in times of crisis. So I need to, first of all, to answer the question, how do people choose their partners? Scientific research says that, or demonstrates that it is true that similar individuals choose each other, but also those who find complementary couples. So people tend to, because this, if you find a similar partner, you share a similar view. Whereas the other hypothesis, complementary hypothesis, says that people find good interactions if couples are different. If the first hypothesis was supported, considering also the effects of resemblance and of having similar characteristics. However, those results cannot be generalized easily because most studies in this field have been carried out in a lab environment. So the choice of ideal partner without interactions among participants and possible partners. So this is the shortcoming. Psychodynamic approaches have given a more integrated pictures of how resemblance and complementarity can coexist in the formation of a couple. An individual is looking for a partner that reminds him of the internal object. So the initial object can be moved, shifted to the present partner, or by ways of similarities or differences. Therapeutic assessment offers an integrated version of how couples manage their relationship by balances, similarities and differences through concepts of projection and interiorization. Finn has described the choice of partner as driven by aspects of similarity. So if they're both educated, if they're both extroverted or introverted, and in terms of complementarity between partners. For instance, one is more sociable, the other is more comfortable when alone. One is more assertive, another is more agreeable. In a healthy relationship, partners appreciate similarities, they cultivate intimacy, they internalize each other's differences, thus they become more balanced individuals. For example, thanks to mutual difference and thanks to the integration of the differences offered by the partner, a more assertive partner can be more assertive when it is when necessary, and a more agreeable partner so an assertive partner can become more accommodating, and a more agreeable partner can hold a more assertive position when necessary. However, traumatic experiences that are not repaired in the couple's relationships or previous traumas in the partner's backgrounds hinder the couple's ability to incorporate each other's differences. These differences are no longer used to become more complete, but they become extreme, they polarize the relationship, they put the partners on the two extreme poles of various psychological dimensions. One partner becomes the victim who endures pain, the other becomes a selfish executioner, emotionless. One partner becomes the champion of the relationship, the other obsessed with extramarital affairs. In such situations, what the other represents is so negative that it triggers the desire to kill those same parts within ourselves. So the victim is disgusted by the selfishness of the executioner. It is disgusted by its own selfishness, and this is projected onto the executioner. And the other way around, the perpetrator is disgusted by the victim's weakness, by his own weakness. So he disposes of the victim, or disposes of these bad feelings by projecting all the negative things into the victim. Each partner becomes the recipient of the opponent's projection. The projected part becomes intolerable, and this was defined by the Holy Father as wounds from the past. In terms of therapeutic assessment, we often see these projected parts as non-integrated parts of the self, or as aspects of primary attachment figures that have been experienced as traumatic. When a couple resorts to projection, differences become extreme, and this leads to an elastic movement where there is an escalation in the conflict, increasing distance. On the other hand, when separation anxiety becomes excessive, there is a drive to restore intimacy and deny differences. For instance, in a couple with previous fragility, the death of a child can lead to partners highlighting and emphasizing their differences to defend themselves from sharing pain. So by doing so, the couple emphasizes their differences, and the complementarity of the partners turns into an irreconcilable distance between the two. We observe, in other terms, the interaction that the Pope describes at the wounds of ich and nun and past wounds. I would like now to turn my attention to how therapeutic assessment for couples can be a way, an opportunity for discernment. So the purpose of the remainder of my paper is to emphasize some of the characteristics of couple therapeutic assessment, which we believe are reflected in the practices of Christian discernment. So please help us identifying further connections in addition to those on which we will focus. Our group believes that therapeutic assessment can be a form, an opportunity for discernment, because it aims to accompany the partners of the couple in a deep self-listening, which includes the greatest possible awareness with respect to the biographical, historical, and personality origins of the problems complained of in the couple. So a moment of listening, of growing awareness, of becoming aware of the real situation in which the couple finds itself, including the dimensions of the contemporary life context, the state of the bond, the resources and fragilities, the history of the couple's bond, both as such and as the fruit of the previous transgenerational relationships of each partner, and in the recognition of the true good for oneself and for the other. So how do we help partners along this route? You see the fundamental steps that take place in therapeutic assessment. So therapeutic assessment begins with a session in which partners formulate the goals of their journey in a form of questions to be answered in their interaction with a psychologist. Some example of couples' questions that we have recently received are the following. How come, even though we love each other very much, our life has become hell? How can we be on each other's side when needed? Other questions may relate to the contribution each partner has, each partner gives within the couple. How can I be more relevant to my wife so as to how can I be more proactive and not sit on my comfort zone? And finally, many partners use couples therapeutic assessment as an opportunity to better understand individual aspects on oneself and asking questions such as, how can I emancipate myself more from the expectations of the people around me? In the next stage, the partners work individually. Then the next step is each partner is given psychological tests developed in the literature to gather information on the individual and couple questions previously collected. During this stage, the two partners are involved in linking the results of their individual tests and the dynamics of the couple affecting them. For example, the two partners who asked, how come, even though we love each other, our life has become hell, observed in their individual protocols results indicating the enormous exhaustion of energies and passions related to the management of life couple, of family and professional life during the lockdown period. For both of them, so stressed and depleted of resources, coping with their partner's requests, even legitimate ones, for listening or for emotional sexual intimacy was simply too much. In another case, the couple who had asked, how can we be on each other's side when needed? The tests had shown very different indications for the two partners. The husband had understood that in his family of origin and during his development as a person, fragility and humility in asking for help had always been punished as signs of weakness to be ashamed of. So, when his wife had asked him for support in a time of need, his indignant reaction, which implicitly made her feel on the wrong side, was related to seeing in her something that he himself had never been able to express. For his wife, on the other hand, the tests had revealed an idealized representation of her family of origin, consisting of two parents who had always made the choices instead of her. The work around these results had made it possible to understand how this great care had, at the same time, prevented her from learning to walk on her own. In this phase of the couple's therapeutic assessment, the two partners are therefore asked to reflect on themselves using the psychological tests as mirrors that reflect their characteristics and fragilities in a comprehensive but accurate way. In the next stage, so couples therapeutic assessment, the two partners meet again together with the psychologist, and their task is to tell each other what they have discovered in their individual parts. So the psychologist's task is to help partners to put together the pieces of the puzzle of how in couple relationships 1 + 1 does not make 2, but 3 or 4. In the case I mentioned earlier, the two partners were able to better understand that the hell they were living required more support from outside, so they had to involve grandparents or a babysitter in the family management. In the second example, the two partners realized that each represented a part of oneself, a part that they had not previously experienced, dependency for the husband and autonomy for the wife. So how can the couple be helped to integrate their differences and grow in the relation and individually in a more balanced way? In what is called action session, the couple once again is asked to have an experience that potentially exemplifies the concepts previously discussed and that at the same time offers the possibility of testing new relational skills. For example, in the couple that was polarized between dependency and independence, the chosen session was the sculpture session. They both placed their partner's body in space and time, in a position that helped them to understand how each of them felt about the frustration and rejection response they received from each other. So the wife placed the husband before a wall, desperate because she was judged badly, while the husband placed the wife outside the door because he was afraid of being crushed by her needs. So starting from the bodily the dimension selected for this couple was through that it was possible to involve the couple to a different level of knowledge of themselves and of the other. So the couple started to look for new alternatives to handle the problem. Each partner was more capable of feeling empathy towards the other, and he was more willing to cooperate to look for solutions. In the conclusive part of therapeutic assessment, we have a moment where all the information needed to reply to individual and couple answers are summarized in what it is called what it is called a summary, a final assessment, thanks to the help of the psychologist. When we get to that stage, what happens is that partners themselves are capable and are willing to respond on their own to their own questions. On this slide, we have identified the most important, the fundamental steps. So the couple, the statues, sorry, and to give you an idea of how a possible answer may work. And so what can be drafted at the end of couple assessment. For this couple, we would have something like, starting from your question, thanks to the individual work with tests, we have understood that in your families of origin, you've learned something that is very different from as to how one should show what degree of dependency or independence to be shown, and this has been fundamental in choosing choosing your partner, because each one of you has been attracted by the potential of growth as a different person. However, when the vicissitudes of life had brought you to a test, it has not been possible to integrate the mutual differences. So you have brought to extremes your way of life and your need of your partner. You have rejected the solution brought by your partner. This drives you apart. This makes it more difficult to cooperate in your daily life. So you have you felt left alone without the other partner standing on your side. So we also give indication and guidance as to the opportunity of carrying out individual work or of working as a couple, or both things. So results of therapeutic assessment are written down in the form of a letter and sent to the couple. This brief overview of how we work at CEAT, we hope has illustrated how psychological tests can be opportunities for those who carry them out to understand oneself better as a person and as partners in a relationship. It is a way of making discernment, an experience of truth about oneself, not merely associated with a number, the test result, but a reflective experience mediated by the encounter with the other, in this case, a psychologist. Finally, an element that we find particularly stimulating as psychologists is the concept of dilemma. In the field of psychology, very often couples find themselves at a certain point in therapeutic assessment faced with a dilemma. Should they continue the relationship, enjoying the apparent benefits of the balance prior to the crisis at the cost of not seizing the opportunities for renewal that crisis poses, or break off the relationship with the apparent advantage of leaving behind all the problems that were connected with it, at the cost, however, of risking finding them again in the next relationship, the same if not worse? This is a dilemma that couples often fail to see clearly. They can't see the advantages, the benefits, or the risks entailed in both alternatives. So one could say that in the dilemma between life and death of the couple, couples in crisis find themselves experiencing a dilemma between life as a couple, which is not life in the conditions in which it stands. It is not death in the conditions in which it will leave them in the next relationship through the support offered by means of therapeutic assessment. The couple is helped to break free of this dilemma and finding a new life together. If it tackles the great and painful challenges of understanding the wounds of the past and repairing the suffering caused in order to come out of the crisis as a new yes, which makes it possible for love to be reborn, strengthened, transfigured, matured, and enlightened. Thank you very much.
Anche per
Thank you. And I would also like to thank the co-discussant who is connected online. And now we shall give the floor to Professor Chiodi. He teaches bioethics. He also taught at the Northern Italian Theology Department. So let's ask Professor Chiodi to take the floor. Thank you very much, Professor Schieri and Professor Augello, for your interesting presentation. Let me say, first and foremost, that I'm not a psychologist, so I am not competent to discuss the points you made. The therapeutic assessment that you have described isn't something that I am competent to speak about, but it will be interesting instead to have a dialogue between our respective areas of specialization, and I can learn from your positions and from your therapeutic practices. This will help me to raise some interesting ethical and anthropological points. There will be two parts in my discussion, in my presentation. In the first, I will respond directly to some points that you have made during your presentation, and I will highlight specifically 4 issues which appear to be of special interest to me. First, discernment has a time dimension, a dramatic dimension. And let me also add that discernment is a virtue. So I believe it's synonymous with the Greek word phronesis. It goes back to a spiritual tradition, to the Thomistic tradition of prudentia. So discernment and prudentia are the same virtue, the same as phronesis. I can't explain why, but historical studies could shed some light on this interesting reciprocity between these areas. Second point, it's interesting to note that a crisis cannot only have a negative connotation. Crisis means a judgment, a choice. That's the etymology of the word crisis. Third observation, the crisis in its relation to discernment at the time of trial. There is a very interesting connection between crisis and trial. A crisis, the need to decide and choose, takes place when there is a trial, when there is a test, when we are put to the test. And there is a tension between a good which is anticipated and an accomplished good. Fourth point, you have highlighted 3 scenarios with relation to most serious crisis, and you have stressed the third option, the third possibility, confronting the problem which has emerged during the crisis so that it may be turned into a solution. And we cannot just give up. We do not want to deny the crisis either, but we want to face up to it. We want to confront it. And discernment is the synthesis of all virtues, so there cannot be discernment without courage. In the Thomistic tradition, courage gives shape to the irascible passions, so that it is possible to bring them to completion. And you were wondering, how can we resolve this serious crisis in a couple? And you have answered saying that what is required is a deep understanding of this crisis. Well, let me stress that this always implies a decision, a choice between two people who have promised themselves to enter into an indissoluble covenant and union in the name of Jesus, if they have contracted a Christian marriage. Now, let me also move on to another interesting point. I would like, in other words, to say something about the consequences of the virtuous practice of discernment in a couple. I will not give a practical operational scheme, but rather, I would like to set out some stages, some concrete forms that this process takes in the couple and in single individuals, in the two partners. This process has three different forms, which will testify to the existential richness of this process, the discernment in the feeling, in the being, and in the wanting. I will stress here the anthropological grounding of the theological, in other words, the anthropological that we find in the sacrament. And this is a characteristic of the sacrament. An act of God does not just depend on God. It's also very much dependent on the response of the spouses which are involved in that grace action. Grace certainly anticipates and prompts, but it is necessary to also have a response by the spouses if this gift is to be made, is to actually take place. So I will dwell on this ethical, anthropological dimension in the conjugal covenant at the time of discernment, at the time of marital alliance. So discernment of affections. After all, discernment begins from affections. When there is a crisis in a married couple, we cannot start by considering ideas or intentions or rational choices. Any real investment can only start from listening, the being. So this is something you have correctly highlighted. And this also entails the recognition that human feelings are not just a mood, the human affections are not just a feeling, are not just a mood, but they are the first original form of our access to the world, and in this case, to the conjugal relation. In other words, relations are our intelligence or what happens. There's nothing more intelligent than affections, and nothing more effective than our intelligence. It is something at the origin of ourself, which mediates our relationship with the world. So at any stage in a couple or marital relationship, but even more so during a crisis, each partner has to listen to one's own life experience and to the life experience of the partner, because it is here that we see the promise of something good which is unveiled. So discerning affections. starts with an indiscriminate listening to affections and feelings. No feeling, no affection should be hidden or censored. So what is being opened up is a range, a very rich range of affections. So there cannot be a priori censorship, but rather a very sincere and truthful analysis. It would be very interesting to learn more about the life experience of couples experiencing a serious crisis, I say boredom or surprise, the two opposites, disappointment and hope, fear and security. We can see that these are affective tones which can be present simultaneously. You can have two opposites present at once. And sometimes in a relationship, it's also difficult to differentiate between the promise of a good and the threat of an evil. But let me now come to another type of discernment. We have to consider the reflexive nature of spontaneous affection. And in order to do this, we need to have an open and confident dialogue, a dialogue which could actually wound the other. But it is only too right that this should be made explicit. A dialogue often occurs spontaneously in a couple. Actually, it is one of the preconditions for this alliance. So it's a question of giving a voice to good and evil to understand what is at stake in one's own feelings. It's the gradual discovery. It's a gradual discovery process which requires us going beyond the surface and going into greater depth. Usually, the crisis is so serious that this dialogue, this interaction between the partners may require the mediation of a third party, a brother, a consultant, a spiritual guide, a confessor, a psychologist, sometimes a lawyer. And the duty, the task of this third party is to act as a mediator for this dialogue, which has become difficult, almost impossible in some cases. And the first task of the mediator isn't that of healing a wound, to be reckless in trying to heal this fracture, in being rushed and hurried in trying to provide a solution, but rather be patient and inducing a dialogue, listening and understanding. It is the spouses that can heal this wound thanks to a third party's mediation, so that what is wounded can be healed. So the requirement here is to encourage and make this dialogue possible. Then a third type of discernment, a discernment of choices. Discernment in this case concerns action, as was highlighted by the Thomistic reflection on the ratio pratica. What is being chosen is not necessarily the ideal universal good, but rather the contingent historical good, something which is concretely possible. Discernment is searching for the possible good, that is to say, a virtuous mediation between what is good and what is practicable, between conviction and responsibility, between aspiration and the actual implementation. So we are challenging an abstract way of thinking of norms as something which comes from the reason. A norm comes from the experience. I can understand its sense because it testifies to the good in the experience, and it requires you to choose now. Sometimes there can be obscurity. There is an opaque situation. There is no clear difference between good and evil, but sometimes there is a shady area with a multitude of shades of gray. there can be relativism and objectivism. So these are the two opposites, the two extremes. What is required is a middle way. But as Aristotle said, this is not a compromise because this middle way is a pinnacle, is a culmination. Let me close by saying that in a couple, perhaps a secret, for a successful couple, the secret is to have discernment as a daily virtuous practice. In such a way, the discussion is no longer focusing on shall we stay together or do we want to break up, but rather the couple will be searching forms of daily exercise of discernment. So the truth in relations, a dialogue, the richness of one's action, the courage to face up to a crisis, to understand the differences and conflicts, the memory of the good received, the willingness to offer forgiveness, the opening to an horizon which opens up the alliance to good, which is still to come and which is given to us because it's a grace which comes to us from above. Well, thank you very much, Professor.
Così Enrico, ma adesso prima della prima risposta anche vediamo la voce agli studenti. Adesso la studentessa Lidia.
We can now have our discussion and we can start by giving the floor to students.
Grazie mille per i nostri professori per questo.
I would like to thank our professors for having made some very interesting points. When I thought of crisis, well, in Ukraine, my country, there is always this stereotype, crisis. By crisis, we mean domestic abuse, domestic violence. So we are always afraid to speak of psychological violence or gaslighting. So my question is, when we have toxic couples, when we have two partners in a sick relation, perhaps in a narcissistic relationship, one is the abuser, the other is the victim, can we still cultivate real intimacy? Can we heal these traumatic experiences separately or together? And can we achieve this by working hard as a team so as to improve the relationship? Or should we just accept the differences and individualities? We have our exhortation, Amoris Laetitia. How can Amoris Laetitia help the church to provide assistance to these toxic, narcissistic couples which have many problems? It's usually very young couples. Can the church truly act? Can the church find instruments to help these couples? I apologize. I need to leave you in just 5 minutes because I have a train to catch. So I will respond and then leave you straight away. And I do apologize for that. Thank you very much, Lydia. Let me answer jokingly. You were saying sick relationships where there are deep weaknesses or even vices which totally undermine the capacity to decide. Well, in this case, what is interesting is that trying to heal the relationship becomes healing the two partners. Sometimes the relationship becomes problematic because one or both partners have past traumas. They have a history of fragility, of problems. So sometimes if you are to heal the relationship, you must first heal the partners separately, not because you want to separate them, but because you want to make a dialogue possible. It's a very difficult work. And what comes to my mind is that trying to help the fragility of the other should always go hand in hand with the full awareness that no one is exempt from frailty, from fragility. So I can accept my partner's fragility and I must confess my own. No one is ever lost. Everything can be regained. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a good trip back. Let me ask our rapporteur to answer, and Professor Filippo can also speak. Filippo, she's saying that you must answer. Yes, certainly. These things happen. Couples such as have been described by these young students do exist. We come across these couples on a daily basis in our center. And not always, but sometimes it does happen that they change unexpectedly. I had a therapeutic session a few days back, 4 years after having started counseling this couple, where the woman felt suicidal because she had been repeatedly betrayed by their husband. Their husband was full of contempt for her. He despised her. Well, it took us a very long and lengthy process, 4 years. But 4 years later, the situation was totally different. The husband came to me and he told me that he was very, very sad. He felt very tearful because his wife's rabbit, pet rabbit, had just died, and he was totally sympathetic. He was actually very sorrowful because of the loss of this pet. And I was thinking, this person has changed dramatically compared to what he was 4 years ago. And it does happen sometimes when there are narcissistic tendencies. Means that it often means that there is an incapacity to tolerate injustices or wounds, and this is something that needs to be helped. And so these couples do exist. And we're often supported by a spiritual father, by a spiritual guide, by another psychotherapist, by a colleague. It is not something you can do single-handedly. These couples come to us because they feel desperately alone. There's a very tragic lives. Very often are related to a state of loneliness. So we must try to put a remedy to this loneliness, and we must provide the required support, at least for a certain period of time. As Christina was very rightly saying, it is important to heal the wounds of the past. In reading Amoris Laetitia, I almost imagined these couples as soldiers, wounded soldiers on the front line. And the Red Cross, which is supposed to help them, is also wounded. That's the problem. So this is something that we need to consider. We have to try and help these couples, even if they are in a very difficult situation. Yes, I agree. And when we work with a couple as professionals, we never know in advance what the future of this couple is going to look like. Certainly, we do have in mind a possible trajectory, we do have in mind a possible process, and we do have in mind an objective we are aiming at, but in the end, very much depends on the couple themselves. And sometimes there are couples where you think that all hope is lost, and then they surprise you. They are able to achieve much more than you might have expected. They are much more determined than you imagined. So we as professionals can only assist these couples, can only work alongside, right next to them, but then we need to wait and see what is actually going to happen to these couples. If there are no questions, I have a question myself to ask, because I am interested in having a more in-depth discussion of the issue of affections. Amoris Laetitia says a lot about guidance, assistance, pastoral care, but how can we provide this support, this guidance? So it isn't just a consultancy, it isn't just counseling, it is something more. It is something which must involve affections. Affection is not an emotion. This was said very clearly, but it's a tie, it's a bond. How can we reawaken this affective bond? How can we bring it back to life? Well, we should not stop short of the more traditional solutions. We should go beyond so that we can truly reawaken these bonds. So I'm very interested in this theme. I look forward to hearing what you have to say. Filippo. Well, you speak. You speak, Christina. Well, that's the whole point why we are here today. We are starting to question ourselves, to challenge ourselves, and we started to realize that in our work, things happen which go beyond what we know and what we expect. After having listened to today's presentations, I learned even more about the complexity of the issues we are addressing, and even our language semantically isn't always the same. It does not fully coincide. So I am in the position of learning right now. So I do not have an answer to give you, but rather I can allow myself to be challenged by your question so that I can learn. Sometimes we see with values different from ours, and yet they have their own resources. And all we can say is that this does have an effect on the couple, on the life of the couple. So I don't think I can add anything to what I just said. I don't know whether Filippo would like to say something. Christina, an idea came to my mind as I was listening to you. Affect this desire to learn makes a difference. It is something which goes beyond affections, something which places you in a different position, in a different listening position. What kind of hell must you have inside which prompts you to act in such a way against your partner, against your bond? Sometimes you are dealing with huge sorrows, huge suffering. This requires something more, not just empathy, but the possibility to listen, sorrows which sometimes are impossible to describe. Yes, it isn't just empathy or tolerance. There must be something more. And this would be an interesting theme to discuss further. Well, I think the time has come for a break, and we can resume at 5:30. Thank you very much, everyone.
Bene, per Davide. Questo sei solo tu. Tutte le domande contro di te.
So let's resume our work. This is the final session of a day that has been extremely interesting and challenging. So let's tackle the last issue where discernment is also necessary, education of children. Education, of course, is the greatest concern of parents all over the world. The ability lovingly to help children grow in freedom, maturity. The practice of discernment in the education of children. This wonderful theme will be addressed by a person who is at home here, Professor Domenico Simeone, who is a professor of pedagogy at the Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore in Milan, Dean of the Faculty of Science of Education, of the International Observatory, of UNESCO Chair, and he directs a first-level master and was coordinator of the master's degree in sciences of education and information. So many tasks and many chairs. Professor Simeone, you have the floor. Thank you for this generous introduction, but thank you especially for this invitation. For me, it is a great pleasure to be here today. I think that the issue of discernment is key, is fundamental in the life of people, but also in the educational activity. And I have to say, first of all, that it has two facets. Two sides. On the one hand, there is discernment in educating your children, and so discernment that children must exercise in educational activity. And on the other hand, there is education to discernment, because I think that the aim of any educational action is to provide the tools so that each one may apply discernment in their own life. And so I will try to share some thoughts with you following this approach. I start from some general considerations. The profound changes in the family pose new questions and open up new educational perspectives. The transition from the normative family to the affective family has led to a rapid change in child rearing strategies. Relationships and experiences within the family have changed. Maternal and paternal roles have changed. Relations between generations have transformed, and also the way in which childhood is conceived. Parents who are abandoning the rigid schemes of the past do not yet know how to anticipate new schemes. This uncertainty can give rise to new scenarios for the future, provided it offers the opportunity to think about new ways, new relations for the couple. So discernment is absolutely necessary. Family can thus be seen as a sort of social laboratory in which to experiment with new ways of new relationship between men and women and between generations. In my opinion, it is a question of not being afraid of the new and of initiating relationships centered on the recognition, on the acknowledgement of differences and mutuality. In the face of the challenges posed by future times, education is the most precious gift that older generations can offer to younger generations. providing them with both the maps to move around in a complex world, as well as the tools to find orientation and to open up new paths. So the tools that are necessary for discernment. In this perspective, we are called upon to respond to Pope Francis's call for the construction of a global educational pact, because as Pope Francis says, I'm quoting him, never before has there been a need to unite efforts in a broad educational alliance to form mature people capable of overcoming fragmentation and opposition and confrontation, and building the fabric of relationships for a more fraternal humanity, for an education that knows how to be the bearer of an alliance between all the components of the person, between study and life, between generations, between teachers, students, families, and civil society. In the face of such challenges, we cannot conceal the difficulties, but we must not neglect the potential that change brings. We heard that the world, that crisis can be conducive to choice. I think that we should nurture this positive creative part of crisis. So the meaning of true parenthood is not in establishing bonds of dependence, but rather in bringing into the world, which means offering the space that is necessary for the child to become himself or herself in freedom, while at the same time, parents are also invited to rediscover their being children. Recognizing that we are recipients of a gift opens up the capacity to give. In intergenerational relations, there is a sort of genealogy of gift. We give something that we have received from others. In parent-child relationships, while we acknowledge that we have received a gift, we are at the same time aware that we are not masters of the future of our gift. Giving is always risky. Giving means to renounce the effects of the gift, and this is what gives freedom to the recipient of a gift. Being the recipient of a gift that does not bind but creates a liberating bond leads to a generative relationship in which the gift received can be put back into circulation and offered to future generations. The gratitude of those who offer their gift as a sign of thankfulness, as thanksgiving for what they have received, makes it possible to include a component of freedom in the restitution, giving rise to a generative perspective. So gift constructs a bond, but this bond can be a bond that ties, that suffocates, that smothers, as it happens in dysfunctional families, or it can be a bond that nourishes, that gives freedom. So reciprocal promise is put into circulation, promise of adults in the call to live. Life is worth it. Promise of young people to be a new life. But the asymmetrical relationship with parents and children asks the former to make their own experience available to the latter, so that growth process can be triggered, a process that strengthens personal identity, but at the same time lays the foundations for the construction of life projects open to the relationship with others. So, relationship between children and parents is an asymmetrical relationship. It is important to acknowledge that, but it is also a mutual relationship. So while children grow, parents grow as well. For this reason, children need credible parents who know how to stand by their side, willing to walk with them. We already heard a reference to this metaphor, working together, overcoming temptations of authoritarianism and seduction, to place their authority at the service of those who are making the effort to grow. And I will come back to this at the end of my speech. There is no other way to lead one's children on the path of a rich life full of desire and beauty than to offer one's own testimony as an adult who has known how to live by finding their own way. Family is a fecund place for education, at the same time a generative space capable of fostering an authentic encounter between generations. Every child that is born is a novelty that challenges parents and calls for caregiving that is full of meaning. It is the task of pedagogical knowledge to recognize the demand for meaning inscribed at birth, living up to the newness that every coming into the world brings with it. A significant action from an education point of view is qualified as a promise, and we have already reflected about that. So we can affirm that the promising character of pedagogical action undoubtedly anticipates the ability and the will to form students. Thanks to this promise, students can think of themselves as people capable of constructing their own story. The experiences that we may define as sufficiently good, to use a psychological terminology, that come before and open up to their own possibilities, do not give young people a fully accomplished promise or asset. In practice, the promise disclosed by the pedagogical action wants to be again and again believed by the learner, so that his experience may contribute to a further good interpretation of the promise to the other. Parents, aware of their educational responsibility, make themselves guarantor of a promise, and they have a debt towards their children, as suggested by the etymological root of the term responsibility. In his book, The Art of Educating for Life, Durand presents an analysis of the word responsibility, recalling its etymological root, which refers to the Latin word responsa. The term sponsa indicates the young daughter promised in marriage by her father. The word risposta, answer, from the verb spondere, meaning to promise, to guarantee, to marry, with the prefix re, indicates a commitment offered in exchange for the promise of the gift of the bride. Extensively, therefore, we can say that responsibility means keeping a promise. Educational responsibility corresponds to an attitude of willingness on the part of the parent who feels challenged by the needs of the child and is summoned into the space of an educational relationship. Such a call corresponds to a decision and to a responsibility that can be qualified as educational, in the sense that one decides to respond to meet the demand for education. This responsibility is expressed in the educational relationship, which is both asymmetrical and mutual, that is established between parents and children. Discernment accompanies a process which can be defined as existential planning one's life. So it is carried out through the orientation of a child who is encouraged to elaborate and assess by means of values and objectives, not in function of the existing, of what exists, but with a view to what is made possible by imagination and what can be verified through understanding. so which can be realized in an incessant process of elaboration of the experience in which he is historically placed, and while obviously being projected into the future. The central element of this of planning one's life is choice, understood as a conscious decision-making act aimed at identifying the direction in which to move one's steps towards self-realization. It is not enough to decide to walk. It is important to decide where to head to. Flores Darkais reminds us that choice, decision, and even commitment and responsibility are characteristics by virtue of which the person qualifies herself. Moreover, choice requires at the same time the exercise of an unrestricted freedom and reference to a rule. Freedom and responsibility thus go hand in hand. There is no real choice if under the law or under the facts it is not possible to choose otherwise. A spontaneous, inevitable, somehow preset choice is not a true choice. But the possibility of a genuine choice also fails when the rule is missing, because without it, there is no criterion to discriminate between various possible choices, which then become indifferent. It is the rule that sets the alternative. So the rule is not a constraint, it is an opportunity. It is what makes freedom possible. The reconciling the two instances is probably the most difficult point in education. It is the heart of men's education as education to freedom. A child, if properly supported by adequate educational action, becomes the protagonist of their own choice and the architect of their own existential project. And in this perspective, the passage from Amoris Laetitia that follows and that gives the title to this report is really enlightening. Education, in Pope Francis writes, includes encouraging the responsible use of freedom to face issues with good sense and intelligence. It involves forming persons who readily understand that their own lives and the life of the community are in their hands, and that freedom is itself a great gift. So parents' task is to encourage their children to plan their lives responsibly, avoiding the risk of a non-authentic planning characterized by lack of criticism, incoherence, one-sidedness. The parents should support their ability to make choices, future-oriented, open to change, and aimed at the full realization of their children as a whole. The educational relationship, insofar as it aims to promote the children's abilities, creates the conditions for the realization of one of the fundamental tasks of men, to educate oneself to change in an active way in order to be protagonist of one's own becoming. Change is inherent to human experience. The educational task is to govern this change in the light of an existential project and the values inspiring it. So we may wonder, how can parents perform this educational task? We can describe some parenting styles and some prevailing orientations that set the tone of the relationship between parents and children. Although we are aware that such classifications do not do justice to the complexity of reality. However, they can help us identify some useful features for the management of the educational relationship. In scientific literature on the subject, parenting styles have been described by referring mainly to two dimensions of parents' behavior: parents' expectations and acceptance and support by parents. The combination of these two independent dimensions can result in four different parenting styles. In real life, of course, there are many nuances. But to simplify my presentation, I will try to summarize 4 different relational models. Authoritarian style, which is characterized by high levels of expectations and low levels of acceptance and support. Then there is an indulgent style with high levels of acceptance and support and low levels of expectation. Indifferent relational style with low levels in both dimensions. And there is an authoritative style where we have high levels in both dimensions. So both in terms of expectations and in terms of support. When parents show high levels of expectation and low levels of acceptance and support, they take on an authoritarian style. They tend to reward obedience, conformity. They favor punishment. They are unwilling to discuss. They expect the child to accept their demands unconditionally. They do not encourage autonomous, independent behavior. And at the same time, they tend to limit their child's autonomy. They demand compliance with strict rules without explaining or justifying them. On the contrary, indulgent parents show a good level of acceptance towards their child. They make few demands and they give a lot of freedom of action. They see control as an obstacle to their child's freedom and discipline as something that can have a negative impact on their child's healthy development. They see themselves as parents on demand, ready to step in only when their child explicitly requests it. There are other families where an attitude of indifference prevails, where expectations are low and support for children is also low. Parents show little interest in their child's activities. They devote as little time as possible to their care. In extreme cases, they neglect their children. They know little about their children's activities. They rarely talk to them. They are more self-centered. They organize their family life primarily around their own needs and interests. Authoritative parents, as you can very well understand, where education to discernment emerges, they are warmer but strict. They have expectations that are consistent with their children's needs and abilities. They take a positive view of behavior that demonstrates autonomy and self-determination, but at the same time, they take ultimate responsibility for their children's behavior. In authoritative families, clear and at the same time flexible rules are set. These are rules that can be discussed and changed progressively as the child grows. Problems are dealt with rationally. Children are consulted when it is necessary to take decisions involving the whole family. Many studies have highlighted the effectiveness of the authoritative style for the psychological and social development of children. Explanations are manifold. Firstly, this style provides the child with an optimal balance between control, restraint, autonomy, giving them opportunities to develop the self-determination capacity while providing standards, limits, guidelines they need. Authoritative parents are likely to grant their children autonomy gradually as they grow, which helps them gain self-confidence and self-determination capacities. So if we consider the metaphor or the first steps, they accept the risk that their child may make steps, take steps autonomously, but they are close enough to the children to step in when it is necessary. In this way, the authoritative style promotes the development of skills and strengthens the ability to counteract a variety of negative influences, including stress and exposure to peer influence. Second, because authoritative parents are more likely to have a dialogue with their children, they will facilitate the intellectual development that underpins psychosocial growth. For example, authoritative parents are more likely to structure discussions around issues that their children consider personal and moral. family discussions in which decisions, rules, expectations are explained help children to understand the social system and social relationships. So it becomes a so-called test case. Children are more capable of using discernment. This authoritative style is characterized, is represented by the Ashanti folk tradition. The Ashanti is a people living in Ghana. And this is a personal recollection. 35 years ago, during our honeymoon, my wife and I, we were in Ghana to visit an uncle of ours who was a missionary, and he accompanied us in touring the Ashanti villages. Ashanti are very rich from a cultural point of view, rich symbols, and they gave us a small wooden sculpture represented a hand holding an egg. It was quite common. So we asked why. What is it? What is that? So the egg is a symbol, is a gift made to the head of the village chief, when he takes office. And the explanation was really enlightening, and is an example of discernment that parents should use for their children. In this small wooden sculpture representing a hand holding an egg, this is a symbol of fertility. It potentially contains the seed of life. It is both a fragile and precious item. In order for life to be fulfilled, the egg must be held with care, reconciling two different attitudes, both important and only apparently opposed. On the one hand, the hand must be firm and sure so that the egg does not fall, and at the same time, it must hold the egg gently so that it doesn't break. Firmness and tenderness are two attitudes which, if combined in a single gesture, allow life to flourish. So authoritative parents must find a never-new balance between firmness and tenderness, according to the changing needs of their children, in order to promote growth. And I think that this is a very interesting image of the ability to discern in parents. And there is no handbook explaining what is the right degree of firmness or the right degree of gentleness. So it is the relation between the fingers and the egg that makes it possible to strike a balance between those two things. So, by way of conclusion, we can say that interpersonal space is the place where gift giving can take place, a real place of encounter, a space not owned by a subject but nurtured by the relationship between people, a place of encounter, of communication, of self-expression, of understanding, acceptance, planning. In this perspective, the gift of education urges us to go out of ourselves to meet the other. And I like to quote Xavier Lacroix, who, speaking about family relations, said, this journey, this leaving the self, can be called exodus, which comes from the Greek exodos, a journey out of. Decentralization. To love means to find one's own life in the other, or at least in the bond that unites me to the other. By welcoming the other person, and especially by welcoming children, I welcome the future, and in turn, the children will leave. We have opened the doors of the future for them, and they will open them to us. They are already opening them to us, and the great-grandchildren will start again. They will face the storms of life, but they will do so with all the greater security if they have grown up in a house with solid walls and solid roof, where they have experienced the taste and the desire to build in their turn. Here we have the profound movement of any form of love, which takes on a particularly central role in parental love, giving way to others. An attitude that is emblematically represented by the paternity of Saint Joseph. Saint Joseph, as Pope Francis describes it in Patris Corde. And I conclude by quoting Pope Francis: when fathers refuse to live the lives of their children for them, open new and unexpected vistas. Every child is the bearer of a unique mystery that can only be brought to light with the help of a father who respects that child's freedom, a father who realizes that he is most a father and educator at the point when he becomes useless, when he sees that his child has become independent and can walk the path of life unaccompanied. Thank you.
Bene, dopo questa
So, thank you very much. After this fine presentation, we can now hear from the discussant, Emilia Palladino. She had a degree in physics, then a PhD in social sciences. She will not be able to be here with us, but she has recorded a video, and this is what is going to be shown now, and that's how she can participate in our meeting. So, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers of this important conference for inviting me to speak on a theme which has been often debated in the last few years, and for giving me the opportunity to record my paper when I explained that it would be impossible for me to attend in person. So thank you for allowing me to participate remotely. The task I was given was to respond to Professor Domenico Simeone's speech. His text is rich and complex, lends itself to many additional discussions. And now, in order to keep within the time limits I was given, I have chosen to start with one of the sentences that struck me most in the text, which is very much in tune with my sensitivity, my experience, my expertise, which are constantly put to the test both in my family and in a professional context, such as the Gregorian University, where different, sometimes very different cultures come together precisely to discuss education, sociality, and family relationships. Here is the sentence. Children need credible parents who know how to stand by their side, willing to walk with them, overcoming the temptations of authoritarianism and of seduction, so as to put their own authority at the service of those who are working on their growth. As soon as I read it, I was reminded of an article published some time back, which described to what an extent our young people have suffered and are still suffering, often in dramatic ways, because of the consequences of the profound uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The restrictions put in place to limit the spread of the virus have disrupted their lifestyles, thus amplifying isolation and fear of the future. Stefania Andreoli is the author of this article. She's an adolescent psychotherapy, and instead of analyzing how the pandemic caused harm to the psychic health of young people, she instead describes how boys and girls include COVID in their narratives just as a crutch, only as a crutch for other issues that destabilize them much more than isolation, more than the fear of falling ill, more than the fear of dying. And she gives the example of a girl who is in extreme distress for a father who is severely asthmatic, but who has not been vaccinated. And I quote from Stefania Andreoli's article. She writes, she's terrified, this young girl, she's terrified of transmitting the disease to her father, and since she cannot tell him that she's anxious about his health, nor does she dare to ask him to go back on his decision not to be vaccinated, the solution she has found for herself, a form of discernment if you like, is to be the one to reduce the risks for him. The result is that, apart from studying, she has almost nothing left which takes her outside of herself, out of her home, out of the relationship of care that binds her to her father. End of quotation. So certainly we are all victims of the pandemic, but in some cases, young people, our sons and daughters, are much more so, because in addition to their own tragedies, they've had to deal with those linked to the inconsistency of adults, to their failure to act as points of reference. We also have many, not all, but many sons and daughters who discern autonomously how to continue to live without a dialogue with adults who can tell them whether these choices are right, meaning by right, proportionate to their age, their capacity to shoulder responsibility, their self-understanding, and the reality they are confronted with. They've had to make their own choices, and in many cases, this has broken them, understandably. After all, it is often the case that the next to adults who have not fully grown up, there are young people who are eternal children. Continuing my reflection from this incipit, one of the most interesting elements of Amoris Laetitia is the use of the concept of gradualness, precisely in chapter 8. In number 295, Francis explains this is not a gradualness of law, but rather a gradualness in the prudential exercise of free acts on the part of subjects who are not in a position to understand, appreciate, or fully carry out the objective demands of the law. If we transpose this concept of gradualness into the educational sphere, and in particular in view of the importance of having to lovingly help children to grow in freedom, Amoris Laetitia 261, we can observe that the maturation to which each parent would like to lead his or her child, they cannot have precise and immovable stages linked together by a track process which can only be followed in one direction. In this way, in fact, the gradualness would be distorted and reduced to a beaten track which is exactly the same for all, and the way to follow it becomes an unwritten rule, which takes autonomy away from those who are growing up and which stifles educators with its encroaching about presumed correctness. Instead, nothing like gradualness can induce, provoke, and require discernment. The graduality cannot be a linear process. And above all, we adults outside gradualness are we only required to explain it and use it as an educational path, or are we subject to it today, now, like everybody else, every time we experience a physical or psychic or spiritual trial? After all, it's a common experience. After a fall, after a trial, after a wound, a misunderstanding, a bereavement, an upheaval, more or less, gradually we return to normality. It's not going to be exactly the same as before. It's going to be something new, following the discernment of a personal and community condition, which is never the same, and which each time poses different challenges in our everyday life. So we find here yet once again a wonderful bundle, the bundle of the educational process. This is the very process discussed by Professor Simeone, which is not unidirectional from adults to young people, but also multidimensional through the various parts that connect the members of a family in a multifaceted gem. In a family, everybody educates everybody else. Of course, certain directions are more predominant, but there are other directions too. And the great interpreters of these educational directions must be the adults and not the young people, the parents, not the children. It is part of who they are, parents who generate. Adult discernment is achieved when all this non-linear, gradual, demanding life experience is known, accepted, and made known to the children as a richness and beauty, not as weakness and distortion. Going back to the previous example, this fragile father, severely asthmatic, in danger of falling ill because of a virus that mainly affects the lungs and has devastating effects, especially on vulnerable individuals, well, such a father must be accountable to his daughter for his choices. He cannot fail to notice or imagine that otherwise he would put the unbearable responsibility of saving him on her shoulder, as was in fact the case. On the contrary, he must allow himself to be educated by the gradualness with which his daughter is being forced to grow up, so to speak, without taking advantage of this situation only because he has already grown up and therefore, at least apparently, no longer subject to the law of gradualness. On the other hand, the discernment explained by an adult is in part a discernment learned from a child, not so much in the outcomes as in the methods. The latter are far more important than the former. In order to grow up, to grow mature, it is only partly necessary to know what is needed. It is much more important to learn how to achieve it. It follows that gradualness in one's own life experience in us grown-ups, which translates into gradualness in educating, imposes credibility. Professor Simeone writes, quoting Massimo Recalcati, that there is no other way to lead one's children on the path of a rich life full of desire and beauty than to offer one's own testimony of adults who have learned how to test life by finding their own way. So this is the real point here. Credibility cannot be acquired from infallibility, nor from a consideration of one's own life experience as the only possible way, even for our sons and daughters. The credibility that a parent is able to earn is not based on what he does, but on how he or she does it. Otherwise, the meaning and purpose of the passions and stirrings of young people would be distorted, reducing them to perfect executors of something that for us adults has already been, but for them has yet to become and cannot be the same. To be credible means not to be despotic and not to close oneself off in the presumption of one's own reasons. It means accepting that one of the possible ways of educating, according to the style of authoritative parents mentioned by Professor Simeone, is the kenosis of those who stoop down to where the children are, reach them there, and from there, not from above, show them the way to growth and maturation through a loving and demanding discernment on the one hand, but on the other hand, resigned to turning into distance. Over time, increasingly, a distance which over time is going to be increasingly greater and more fruitful, which gradually leads the children to finally becoming adults themselves. If parental love is that which gives way to the other, as Professor Simeone writes, we adults have no choice but to move aside, to stand to the side, choosing, that is, with a conscious and desired act, to consider as a supreme privilege to see the autonomy of our sons and daughters blossom through the continuous accompaniment of their freedom, which amongst faults and trials becomes the engine of a full and authentic life which belongs and fulfills, and a life which is not just tolerated or suffered as if it were not their own. I close this brief reflection quoting the American theologian Elizabeth Liebert on discernment, which, in my opinion, apply well to the education effort of a parent who is always striving to gather from life itself all its potential and all its challenges so as to foster the maturation of their children. Let me quote, one grows in the gift of discernment through fidelity to a lifestyle that discerns, which demands trust, includes error, and matures through self-reflection and prayer. Nothing is useless, not success, nothing is wasted, neither success nor failure, happiness nor grief, faith nor doubt. All can contribute to our discernment. In fact, I believe that discernment grounds the capacity to live a fully and truly human life. Through discernment, we constantly choose life over death. We grow in the capacity to live in reality as God perceives it, and to act in ways that are as free as we can make them from inner and outer compulsions. End of quotation. Thank you, everyone. Yes, many thanks to our discussant. Obviously, she will not be able to answer questions. So it's up to Domenico Simeone to answer questions that may be addressed at this point. Let us give the floor to one of our students for a question.
Ringrazio tantissimo.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this wonderful presentation. And I would also like to thank the Institute for having given us this opportunity to learn more, to share also our views and our experiences. I think that any parent has a major concern, that of not being prepared to educate his or her children. As many say, there is no university which offers a degree in parenthood. It's not something that you can study at school. In my diocese in San Isidro, Costa Rica, Central America, we have a center for family guidance and counseling with the help of the Christian family movement. And thanks to our experts, to our psychologists, we have established a school for parents. So together with these experts and together with members of the family pastoral care, we provide training to parents in this school. So this is why I found this theme of great relevance, and it encourages me to continue working on this project. Let me come to my question. We know that education given to the children is part of parental responsibility. And it is essential for parents to discern and choose what is best for the life of the family. What kind of suggestions can we give parents so that they can perform this educational role in the best possible way without exasperating their children? And who could best support these parents in order to try and help them to find the best instruments? And also, how can we better clarify the concept of freedom? Because certainly the freedom of children as individuals should be recognized by parents. They are not objects to be owned, but human beings with their own personality. But how can we set some limits in the family life, which stem the behavior of children, which can impose limits to the behavior of children without undermining their freedom? Well, as I was listening to the professor, I was very much struck by the fact that Francesco Butturi said something very similar with reference to parenthood. We were in Valencia last week. There was another conference on Amoris Laetitia, and we were able to see how parenthood is a relationship. The specificity, this uniqueness of the generative relationship must become the soul of the family itself, because the great problem is that we have so-called affective families. They just want their members to feel good. Well, this is not a family which is able to educate its members. So we have this generative relationship which underlies the whole process. and we don't want to have a vision which is centered on autonomy. To educate, that does not mean making people autonomous. It means making people mature. That's why it is essential to have this relationship. With autonomy, we do not have discernment. If we are free, if we are autonomous, we don't need to discern anything, because discernment means opening up to others. This is especially true for biblical discernment. Means seeing ourselves as with the eyes of another. And this is something crucial, I think, a crucial element in the education of children. Okay, I will try to give some answers, and let me follow the inverse order. I will start by answering the last question first. Well, the generative aspect has a crucial importance in education. I was saying before that parents need to step aside. This is the mature result, the mature outcome of education. It is an attitude opposite to the myth of Chronos. Chronos becomes Kairos when you accept your limits, when you accept the possibility of giving something to the other. That's why I was speaking of a gift, and also the importance for a parent to recognize that they're being children. I need to recognize that I was a child myself. I need to recognize that I too was given a gift. So when I give a gift to my children, I'm restituting something. I am paying back, which means that I'm no longer expecting something back from my children, because I'm only handing over what I was given myself. And I very much agree with the point you made about affective families, which do indeed represent a risk. But Professor Augello beforehand was describing the model developed by Eugenia Scalini and Professor De Cigoli. And in that model, we find a very interesting element. They spoke about the ethical and the affective dimensions. And the challenge, the educational challenge, is not to see these two dimensions as two opposites, but rather they should be joined together and they should be connected. What often happens today is that you swing to one or to the other. Either there is a family where the normative aspect predominates without an affective dimension which can foster the bond, or else you may have a family where relationships are very much centered on well-being, overlooking and forgetting the ethical dimension, which is so closely related to choice and will. I think it's important is that to educate the children to will, education to will. And if we have this education to will, it doesn't mean that affections lose importance. They are just as important. And these two dimensions, therefore, are to be kept together and to be joined together. Yeah, I was really speaking of an emotional family which understands affections as mere emotions and feelings and who are unable to interact. Let me come to the first question, support to parents. How can we help parents become better parents? Well, let me say, thank goodness that there isn't a university where people can graduate in parenthood. You may remember that a few years back, a proposal had been made giving a sort of parenthood license, as if it were sort of a driving license to parents. Luckily, we have no such initiative. Luckily, we don't have a university giving a degree in parenthood. I'm saying luckily because parenthood cannot be the result of a formal instruction. Very often, when training is provided to parents, the problem is that they are too much like school curricula. They are like traditional school courses, which is wrong. I think parents certainly do need to receive support. They should be educated. They should receive guidance. But there are two risks that we need to avert. First, excessive educational spontaneity, thinking that parents are thinking that simply because they have generated a child, they have immediately all the skills and knowledge that they need to raise this child. Well, when a child is born, a parent also needs to be born, which is not that easy. And this newborn parent, so to speak, must grow up together with a child. And the other risk is that too heavy a responsibility is placed upon parents, so that parents think that because they have become parents, they have to learn all sorts of skills, communication skills, various forms of techniques. So we don't want to have excessively formalized training for parents, which are too much like school courses. There is no handbook, there is no manual for parents, there is no school for parents. However, there can be educational and formative experiences. The other risk, the other danger is to provide isolated education to parents, as if there were, as in the case of a 1 hour lesson in parenthood, whereby you think you can say it all. Or also there is another form of reductionism, where, as I was saying before, parenthood is seen as a set of technical skills. And the fourth risk is excessive dependency on experts. Outside experts or counselors can give help, indeed. Maurizio Chiodi was speaking of the role to be played by mediators, by consultants, who do have an important role helping the couple to grow, helping parents to grow. But the risk is that then there is over-reliance on these experts, on these counselors. What sometimes happens, we see this, especially if there is a well-known expert who may have appeared on TV, and this expert may be invited to hold a lecture, to hold a conference addressed to parents, and parents do flock to hear him, but they come with the same attitude as if they were in a theatre. They sit down, they watch the show, and then they applaud if they enjoyed the show. They boo if the show was not up to their standards, or they go back disappointed if the conference did not meet their expectation. But anyway, the underlying rule here is that the protagonist on the stage is the expert, and instead it is the parents who play the crucial role. And parents are not required to be perfect. All parents make mistakes. But what is important is that parents accept to be engaged, to be involved in this educational relationship, to be right there on the ground, and that there is the possibility to, and that they are open to reflection. We need a reflecting parent. The problem is that the parents cannot always do this single-handedly, which is why it is so important for them to share and interconnect with other parents or with experts, but the fact remains that the key players are the parents, the protagonists are the parents, not the experts. Now, if we are willing to be engaged in the educational relationship, but in return, we shall have as a gift the possibility of continuing to grow as adults. This is what the children can give us. If we help them grow, they can help us grow and develop for our future, whatever our age. So, thank you. I think we can come to the end of our meeting, but also invite you to attend our next conference, Tradition as a Legacy to be Promoted. This will be held on the 5th of April. So do pencil in this date in your engagement diary, because this is another opportunity in our analysis and discussion of Amoris Laetitia. And now I would like to give the floor to Father Vianelli, who heads the Pastoral Care Family Office of the Italian Bishops' Conference.
I would like to thank the academic authorities for this invitation and for the opportunity to be with you. I feel at home because I was enriched by your knowledge and your competences in this academic institution, and so I'm really very happy to draw the conclusions of this day of studies. Words that come after. This is not the end of our discussion, and this is not intended to be a summary of this very intense day of study. Because it would be impossible for me to make a summary of this day that started with Luca this morning. So I don't know how it could be possible to draw conclusions. And so this is why I would like to share with you an experience that I have had the entire day, that I have thought about the entire day, and it was really thought-provoking. And it is a work of art that you can see here. It is Frasidival, and one of the work of Frasidival hangs on the wall here close to the screen, and you can and it has been placed below the title. So why am I talking about this work of art? What does it have to do with discernment and with this day of study? I think that discernment has something to do with this aesthetic and static dimension, a gaze, a vision on a reality that evokes supernatural things. It is not something technical. And another thing that I don't want to do is to explain what this work of art is, because I'm not an expert, and because contemporary art, and in particular this work of art that is not iconographic, it's not descriptive, presupposes the experiential dimension. You have to make experience of that, and so this is the reason why I would like to share with you some thoughts that have to do with today's theme, discernment. First of all, the Sidival work of art, of which I don't know the title, is symbolic. And this has to do with discernment. Although we have to discern things, often the things that we are called on to discern have a different meaning. They have to do with other realities. So we have to keep together both reality and its evocative function. So another element that may help us exercise discernment is being educated to the fascination of reality. We are not scientists cutting things. This is not what we should do when we exercise discernment. We shouldn't be too analytical when we carry out discernment. But I think it is important to train the heart to beauty and to the evocative dimension of things. And another thing that impressed me is that they could have chosen in a beautiful Japanese vase, an artistic object, with gold and the putting together of pieces. And I don't know if that this picture has been chosen deliberately, but I was interested by the fact that it is not something solid. It's not a vase that can be broken and then the pieces can be put back together. This is a canvas. It's white, a white canvas, and it doesn't need to be painted. And this is also interesting. So looking at the reality where we must exercise discernment, not waiting for something that is about to happen, but we should look at it in contemplation. We rejoice in seeing reality. It is not canvas that waits to be painted, but is a work of art as such. Another thing that impressed me is that it has been used. It has folds. It is creased. It is not something that is hanging on the wall and it becomes a work of art. It is something that was dirtied, and it's something complex. It has been woven. It has it's a tissue. There's warp. And weft. And so, as such, considering also the texture, it makes me think of the syndem, of the shroud. A lot has been said about the relationship between family and Eucharist, and the Epiphany. And it makes me think of linen, of bed linen. And we were talking about families. We were talking about couples, spouses. It has to do with the linen used in the bed of the spouses. And then it's white. White is not an absence of colors. It's a sum of a lot of colors. And it is the space where we can represent something. And so learning how to look at reality without trivializing it, because as we said, white is not something colorless. It is the result of the sums of colors, and this is what this work of art made me think of. And another element is material, the material reality. What we see is the result of several layers. it's a patchwork, pieces that have been sewn together. So to live or to discern is not moving on a smooth plane. Discernment means to having to face a reality that is challenging. It has different dimensions, and we must get educated. We must be educated to that. And then precariousness and the fascinations of a precarious status. It is incomplete. Here you can see that there is a tear, and this made me think of a woman mending or darning the canvas, which means being able to look at a reality that is incomplete. So the edges are not smooth, which means that there is no precise definition, and which means accepting the dimension of precariousness. And then there are knots, threads. These threads keep things together, but they do not remove the tear. They create bridges because, as you can see, you can see the weft, but the tear, the wound is still there, which means accepting or taking on responsibility of discerning, of looking at life as such. And the final thing is this idea of an area that moves beyond. This makes me think of the artist Fontana. It doesn't, the picture doesn't stop there. So being educated to discernment, it means that we have to accept the possibility that this tear becomes a sort of loophole to look at reality. So fracture is another word that comes to my mind, and we see that there is rupture, there is fracture in this picture. But at the same time, looking at this picture, we can see that there is a dialogue between the specific matter and something that transcends it. So to conclude, I would like to say that that this discussion has been very thought-provoking, the different roles and the different facets of discernment. So with your kind words, we can say that this conference is finished. So thank you so much.
Recording stopped.